Recording has begun.
Chair Yankee, do you want to introduce the meeting?
Sure. So we'll call to order the regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force for April 3rd, 2024. Cheryl, would you like to read the preamble?
Hearings and complaints will begin earlier than 5 p.m. See below for additional details. Remote access and/or in-person participation. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force and its committees convene hybrid meetings that allow in-person attendance, in-person public comment, remote access for petitioners and respondents, and remote public comment via teleconference using WebEx. WebEx remote link login information, tinyurl.com/BD2H56M4. The password is Sunshine. Telephone call-in number is 415-655-0001. The meeting ID is 26635447880##. Press *3 to enter the speaker line. Members of the public may participate by phone or may submit their comments by email to sotf@sfgov.org. All comments we receive will be made a part of the official record. Sunshine Ordinance Task Force agendas and their associated documents are available at sfbos.org/sunshine. Chair Yankee, do you want to read meeting decorum?
Sure. Meeting decorum. Any member of the... What's your computer on? Oh. Sorry. All right. Any member of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force may call for decorum due to the disorderly conduct of meeting participants. Persons who engage in threatening and/or menacing behavior may be asked to leave. If you can call item number 1.
Item number 1, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. Let's begin with roll call.
So before we do roll call, just an announcement that Member Hill resigned as of yesterday, so he will not be called as a participant tonight.
Sorry about that.
Shall we begin with roll call?
Mm-hmm.
Member Wolf.
Present.
Member Wolf present. Member Pilpel.
Present.
Member Pilpel present. Member Highland.
Present.
Member Highland present. Member Anderson.
Present.
Member Anderson present. Member Kumar. Member Kumar not present. Member Sugarman.
Present.
Member Sugarman present. Member Schmidt.
Present.
Member Schmidt present. Member LaHood not present. Vice Chair Stein present. Vice Chair Stein present. Chair Yankee.
Present.
Chair Yankee present. We have a quorum.
Question.
Yes, Member Wolf?
I'd just like to know if that's going to be the lineup for calling, the order for calling of actions today.
Are you asking for how she's going to call the roll?
Yeah, is it going to be in this order? You know, she called me first, but I'm seat 11. I mean, I don't know if it rotates meeting to meeting.
I thought we typically did the maker of the motion, the seconder, and then it works its way from seat 1 through 11 with the chair called last.
Okay.
I don't know how we ended up in that order.
I just call members who are present and then hit vice chair and chair at the very end.
I think what Member Wolf was asking is why did you start with seat 11?
Because it was the bottom of, yeah, it's just the rotation.
That's what I was asking, if there is a specific rotation, and if that's the rotation for tonight, and the order after the motioner and the second gets called, will it always be in this order then for the rest of the night?
No, I go by the I have a vote sheet with everybody's name on it for each item of discussion, and that's how I've always listed them.
Okay. Moving on. Thank you.
Okay, so Cheryl, do we have any agenda changes tonight?
I am aware that Member Hillier, is that Winship Hillier, was requesting that his items be heard early in the agenda I know that Ms. Schaub of the library also requested that their item be heard earlier in the agenda, but that the petitioner, Mr. Warfield, objected to that request.
Okay, so for the members' sake, I would note that typically the way I prepare the agendas is anything that we are hearing again. So this would be like a reconsideration or something coming back from CAC. I typically try to put as the first complaints, recognizing that the folks attending those have already likely sat through an entire meeting. I don't ordinarily want them to have to sit through another meeting, a full meeting again. And then I will note, so after we have item number 7 and 8, which are ones that are essentially coming back to us, we have in fact the Library Association versus Margot Schaub, Michael Lambert and San Francisco Public Library file, which is 23034. And then the two files that actually are from Mr. Hillier. So I would say that we already probably have them as early as we can, unless we want to bump out the spots of people who are returning before us. I don't know if anyone else has thoughts on that.
Plus, it looks like Mr. Templeton and Mr. Klein are here, so we shouldn't inconvenience them any more than necessary. I think continuing the order of the agenda is published is fine.
David, you have to speak into the microphone.
I would just leave the agenda as is at this point.
I don't hear any motions to change the agenda, so we'll go ahead and just open this up to public comment before we move on.
For anyone wishing to make a public comment on this item, please raise your hand. Is that correct, Ms. Peterson?
*3 to enter the speaker line.
*3.
Or if anyone in person would like to comment, taking them up to the podium. Okay, let's go ahead and take that caller.
Hello, caller. You've been unmuted.
Caller, are you ready to begin speaking?
Hello, are you talking to me?
Mr. Warfield, if you are our only speaker, then yes, we are addressing you.
I didn't know where I was. I pressed *3 when you said to press *3, and it said I was muted. So I pressed it again, and it said you're unmuted. And then I waited, and then it said the raised hand thing has been cleared, which I didn't know if that meant all the hands went back down again, or who did the
Okay,
hands,
Mr. Warfield, we
put
can
the
hear you
hands
now.
down.
We can hear you now, so we're going to start the timer. Cheryl, please let Mr. Warfield know when he can begin.
Are you ready to begin, Peter?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544, and libraryusers2004@yahoo.com. I'm calling because I asked to speak with anybody in the clerk's office, and as Ms. Leger said, I objected to moving our item forward. There have been a lot of technical difficulties, some of them mine, some of them who knows, and there have been some major back and forths with respect to the agenda. When I asked for an agenda, what the agenda would look like in time for preparation of a presentation, I was given 41 pages, and Ms. Leger explained that that was because members wanted to cut back on the volume of what was available. And so I prepared material that was speaking to the 41 draft pages on the understanding there might be additional material. But I'm told there was nothing. I'm always told this morning that there was nothing new from the library, but the 41 pages plus the 35 or so that we provided, including our response to the library's response, which had been omitted from the draft 41 pages, kind of stunningly. So now we have 206 pages for the agenda packet, and I need the time to prepare a presentation that can go through what's in the file, in the attachments. And if anything, I would ask for you to push back our complaint so that we can have a little more time to prepare on very short notice. And I'd be glad to answer any questions if you'd like to know any further details about anything. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Do we have any other callers?
There are no other callers in the queue.
We'll go ahead and close public comment. Member Highland, did you have a comment?
Point of order through the chair. Pat, when you announce callers, maybe announce caller ending in 4478 or unmuted, something to identify that they're up. If you can see their number, some identifying feature, can you see part of the number or any of it? Really? So there's nothing for you to. Okay. So just say. Okay, I guess you could say anonymous caller, and they'll know that.
Yeah, some of them have phone numbers, and some of them do not. Some just say
Okay.
anonymous.
Just trying to help out.
Okay, anything else before we move on, members? Not seeing any hands. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to item number 2.
Item number 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting of March 6, 2024.
Okay, do we have any edits to the minutes? Member Pilpel?
Remarkably, yes. So I did edit the minutes last week because of some timing issues. They did not get in. There is another draft, but they were just finished today, so they were not distributed. They are, I would characterize them as stylistic and not substantive. I would defer to Cheryl if she wants to comment. I can walk through some of it if members want, or not if members prefer not. And I would so move to approve the minutes with edits. I will do a final proof, and that'll get shared and signed off by Chair Yankee. But that's my motion.
I think some members felt uncomfortable potentially without seeing all the edits. I don't know what everyone thinks here, but
I was just going to say, I appreciate Member Pilpa and others that that do the edits to the minutes, but if we can have just a group policy that all edits get to our admin, let's say, I don't know, 4 working days before, so she has time to incorporate it, so that what we see are the edited minutes and no more changes during the meetings. That would be really helpful. Is that reasonable?
I don't have a problem with that. I just,
Because what you have in the package and what everyone else sees and what we see should be the edited minutes, period, right? I think rather than rehashing it during our meeting time, while important, that work can be done and should be done ahead of time with enough time to get loaded in for the meeting packet. That's all I'm trying to say.
I agree, and I provided the minutes on last Wednesday. The packet was published Friday afternoon.
Great. Okay, so
But
one and final edits. No secondary, third, fourth edits.
understood, but I'm
All
sorry.
right.
It
I'm just saying.
didn't quite work. We're getting it.
Okay, we're getting there.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm willing to second that motion at this stage.
okay, so moved by Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Highland to approve the minutes with the submitted stylistic edits that have not yet been made available, but assuming that they're only stylistic edits. This is my understanding what the motion is.
In which case, I'm gonna withdraw my second. I'm willing to accept the minutes as we see them, not additional stuff that we haven't seen. So, sorry.
So we still have a motion to approve with, as Member Pilpel stated, I don't know, do we have a second for that?
I'll second that. Member.
Okay, seconded by Vice Chair Stein. Do we have any other discussion on that? For Yeah, that's what I said, Vice Chair Stein.
Otherwise known as Laura.
Right? Didn't I say that?
Yeah.
Okay. It's been a long week, maybe.
But she
I think
said that she did get it
Oh.
done. She put it in before you came in. She
just
did.
to identify
She said she
myself.
did.
Okay, so I don't see anything. Member Anderson?
Excuse me, Chair. I just want to clarify that what we're voting on is a motion to accept the minutes with any additional modifications that may be coming down the pike.
No.
That is my understanding with the motion on the floor.
Sorry, through Chair. Member Pilpel just gave me some clarity. So you submitted these minutes last Wednesday, 2 days before the Friday publishing date.
Yes,
However, those changes did not make it into the packet.
correct.
That's a problem. Okay. That's all.
Okay, so there were changes that Member Pilpel submitted on Wednesday.
Yes,
What we're seeing before us, and members of the public are seeing, does not include those edits.
correct.
So I believe the motion that Member Pilpel made is to approve the version of the edits that he sent, but we have yet to see.
I'm happy to circulate them. I mean, the edits have been made. I just haven't proofread them.
No, they just need to be in the
Well,
packet.
I don't think we have,
I'm sorry, but those need to be in the packet.
yeah.
You know, if we have 48 hours to get them in, they need to be in the packet and published on Friday, period. Again, we're wasting time on this.
I would agree unless they were read here as other types of edits are read, and therefore they're in the record in a verbal form.
And I don't think we have time. I mean, personally, I tend to think without seeing them, without members of the public seeing them, even if they are considered by Member Pilpel.
I make a motion to continue these minutes to the next meeting.
That's fine.
I would second that motion.
Because that's a motion to amend the motion to continue instead of approve, because we had a motion already,
I think it's actually a substitute, but whatever, either way.
or substitute motion.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, so motion to continue them by Member Highland, seconded by Member Anderson.
That's
right? Okay.
correct.
So that's where we're at now. Now it's a motion to continue. Any comments on that motion?
Okay, who was the second on that motion?
Member Anderson.
Anderson. Okay.
This is to, recall it, Member Pilpel, a motion to substitute,
I think it,
or I'm.
I think it's a substitute motion. So if
Okay.
it supersedes the,
Super.
I think it's fine. We should
Okay,
have public.
okay. All right, let's go ahead and take public comment on that.
Get this stuff in the record.
If there are any members of the public who'd like to make public comment on item 2, approval of the minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force meeting of March 6, 2024, please approach the podium. If you'd like to make public comment and you're in the online community, please use the app to raise your hand or press *3. We have one caller in the queue. Caller identified as anonymous. You have been unmuted.
Are you referring to me?
Yes,
Okay, let me know when to start, okay? Will you let me know when to start, please?
we will. Cheryl's just setting the timer.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am. Just let me know when to start. I can't see you setting the timer or anything since I'm on the telephone.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. First of all, I'd like to say that I certainly approve of putting off approval of the minutes if the exact minutes are not there to be discussed or the changes clearly identified and the wording. I don't think it's appropriate to approve minutes with whatever kind of changes, minor or otherwise, that are said to be cosmetic or otherwise in some fashion minor or trivial or anything else. So I definitely agree that in the circumstance, it seems that you have members who want to see what is being approved, and that's very appropriate. And if it isn't available now, by all means, I would say do the minutes at another time when all of that is available. Second point is I would like, I haven't had a chance to look at the minutes because of preparation for the hearing today. So I would only ask that you make sure that, well, everything is great, but in particular that our contact information is provided correctly as we've given it over and over again, and that there are no errors in that. I do want to ask, I don't understand what the sequence is of the agenda, whether you've changed it or if it's as is or what. I didn't hear a vote, so I have no idea when our item is coming up now. And I heard that somebody has resigned, and I'm not sure who it is or effective when. I was hoping, since I can't see who's there, whether you might explain what that was briefly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. To answer your quick questions, we made no motion to change the agenda, so the agenda order is exactly how it's written in the agenda. And as I announced at the beginning, Member Hill resigned yesterday, so that is effective currently. All right, ready for our next caller. Yep, we're ready.
Sullivan, let me know when to go.
Hello. He'll tell you.
Hello, caller. One moment, please.
Mr. Sullivan, are you ready to begin speaking?
Yes,
Go ahead, sir.
there are about 6 provisions in the Sunshine Ordinance and the Brown Act that require all documents to an agenda item be there. Now I'll just read section 67.67B, part of it. It shall refer to any explanatory documents that have been provided to the policy body in connection with an agenda item, such as correspondence or reports, and such documents shall be posted adjacent to the agenda, or if such documents are more than 1 page in length, be available for public inspection and copying at a location indicated on the agenda during normal office hours. So I support Mr. Highland's position, and just make sure that your documents for each agenda item are there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Do we have any other callers?
We have no other callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I think we're ready to move on to a vote.
Okay, that was moved by Member Pilholm.
No, that was a substitute motion by Member Highland, seconded by Member Anderson.
Okay. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Kumar. Present. Oh. Member Kunar, not present. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, not present. Vice Chair Stein. Aye. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 2 absences, all in favor.
So what are the total numbers?
8.
8 in favor, 2 absent. Okay. Sounds good. And since that was a substitute motion, we won't call the original motion. So I think we're ready to move on to the next item.
Item number 3, approval of the orders of determination for February 7, 2024 and March 6, 2024.
Okay. And just quick comment before we begin. I think this is one of the benefits that we have of separating out the ODs as an approval item from the minutes, in that if we need to continue the minutes, we can still approve the ODs and folks aren't waiting on their ODs. So I think that we're really going to benefit of that. So that being said, did you want to read them all into the record?
File number 23016, complaint filed by Rosa L. against the Department of Emergency Management. File number 23098, complaint filed by Mark Sullivan against the Ethics Commission. File number 22134, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against Mayor London Breed. File number 22135, complaint filed by Michael Petrellis against Mayor London Breed. File number 23013, C as in cat, complaint filed by Chris Ward Klein against the mayor's office. File number 23013, D as in dog, complaint filed by Chris Ward Klein against the Department of Emergency Management. From March 6, 2024. File number 21125, complaint filed by Eliza Morosky against the Department of Public Health. File number 22129, complaint filed by HV Safe against the Police Department. File number 24003, complaint filed by Anonymous against the Fine Arts Museum. File number 23020 and 23036, complaint filed by Paul Neha against Municipal Transportation Agency. Those cases were combined. File number 23024, complaint filed by Paul Neha against the Municipal Transportation Agency. File number 23033, complaint filed by Andrew J. White against the Department of Police Accountability.
Okay, members, anyone have edits to this? Member Bopel.
I'm going to try to only take a couple of minutes. I suspect that we may continue this entire thing or parts of it. I spent a lot of time going through and dealing with this. So starting on page 1 of the pile of orders, there are a number of typos. I'll skip over the non-substantive issues.
Member Bopel, may I suggest that
Yep.
if we're going to make changes, it sounds like it's the collective thought of the task force that substantive or not non-substantive, we should read everything into the record. I think we're at that point. Member Highland.
Actually, it sounds like this is extensive.
Yeah.
So, and again, I mean, I'm tempted to make a motion to continue, get the changes in, get them in front of us, let us vote on it, because this admin time is like people are waiting to get their cases heard. This is going to go 40 minutes based on what I'm seeing here. I mean, am I
That's
right?
fine. Then let me just summarize for 2 minutes. What I did was go through, there were dates that were wrong on the orders.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. It's important work,
Okay.
and it needs to be corrected at the admin level, at our clerk's level, and then come into the packets so that we can all see it. And then minor stuff we should be able to do on the fly. But this looks way.
I agree. So I'm just summarizing so the world knows that there are dates that were wrong on the bottom, petitioners and respondents, names that were wrong, things that did not track between the cases and the respondents' info, votes that were different from the
I
minutes.
agree. I saw a lot of that myself.
Right.
I agree. With
There's at least one substantive question that I had for the body. I was not here when 23098 was heard, Sullivan, against the Ethics Commission. If the action of the task force was to close the file and not have a hearing on the merits, then it's my sense that there should not be an order of determination, that an order of determination only flows from a substantive action of the full task force on the merits. And if that's the case, then that one should be pulled.
Let's just pause right there because I think that's a good
Okay.
question for us all to discuss. So from time to time, we close files for a variety of reasons, for a variety of rules. Cases not getting communication, people not attending the hearing. I tend to agree with Member Pilpel's suggestion that if we did not hear a case on the merits, that there should not be an associated OD. I don't know what anyone else thinks. If we're kind of all collectively in that agreement, then I think that the OD for file number 23098 probably should be stricken and not included if we continue this item and see it again. I don't know if there's any other thoughts on that. Does everyone seem to agree with that? Sound good? Okay. So
That's fine.
that'll be part of the edits that Member Appel, I think, submits to Cheryl.
You can't see me, but I'm nodding my head
Okay.
in acknowledgement.
Thank you, Member Wolf.
On the Liza Morawski item, although it's captioned correctly, the CCs are to Mr. Hillier and Jeffrey Greer.
Member Pilpel, if I may.
Yeah, those-
I don't think it's necessary to, if we're going to continue this, then I don't think it's necessary.
All I'm saying is that there was a lot of cleanup work that I did, and I was not particularly pleased.
Again, Member Pilpel,
all
thank you for
that.
catching it. It's
Yeah.
important work. It needs to go in the record right first time.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say it again here for the record. We are being bogged down with these admin errors in our full meetings, and it just can't go on. So I'm going to make a motion to continue this.
I will second.
Thank you.
Okay, moved by Member Highland, seconded by Member Pilpel to continue approval of the ODs until the next meeting. Any other thoughts on that, members? Not, we can, let's go ahead and move to public comment on that.
If there are members of the public in the room who would like to make public comment on item 3, approval of orders of determination, please step forward to the podium at this time. If you're online and you'd like to make public comment on item 3, please raise your hand using the app or on your telephone, press star 3. We currently have 2 callers in the queue and no callers and no individuals at the podium.
Right.
Caller identified as anonymous. You have been unmuted.
Are you speaking to me? I heard there were 2 callers. I don't know who that might be, if that's me.
Mr. Warfield, if you would like to speak and begin your public comment, you may.
Yeah, just let me know when to start.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. Based on what's been said, I certainly would support holding off on taking an action on these orders of determination. But I'm a little startled to hear that orders of determination are viewed as optional or not at all even allowable. I'm not clear which, when there has been a I'm not sure if that was meant to be for consent calendar or whether that was I'm not sure under what circumstances orders of determination would not happen. And I certainly thought that even if it's on the consent calendar because the committee that heard it first thinks there's a violation, that strikes me as something new that I wasn't aware of in the rules, and I'm not sure if it is in the rules. The other thing that I would like, so I'd like some clarity on that, and I think it certainly should be the case. We all understand what the playbook is. And the other thing is that I think that the agenda should be a little more explanatory so that people can have at least an idea what the issues are with respect to the orders of determination. This is particularly obscure when you have, in this case, duplicate descriptions for 2 different complaints filed by Michael Petrellis, 2 different complaints filed by Chris Ward-Klein, and so on and so forth. And actually, you've got 2 in a row for each of those, but then you have Michael Petrellis again on March 6th, and so on and so forth. So I think in general, it would just help the public to have a much clearer agenda description. And it certainly can be brief, but to have file numbers that are identified identically, certainly in the case of Michael Petrellis against Mayor London Breed twice, but with different file numbers, I think it would be useful for the public and yourselves to understand what it is, what the complaint is that is being approved as to order of determination or not. So I think it would be really helpful to have that in your
Thank you,
minutes
Mr. Warfield.
for
Your
your
time's
own
up.
benefit.
Can we move on
Thank
to the
you.
next caller?
Do you have another caller in the queue?
Sullivan, let me know when to go.
Go ahead, sir.
This is regarding complaint 23098 in this agenda item. When only allowed to speak in 3-minute comments and not during the complaint, I am forced to chase the past. In the recent past, Chair Yankee stated the public must realize that the task force and the board of clerks are two separate departments. True, but the public interaction with either does not violate anything. Recently, Chair Yankee and Vice Chair Stein said they went to Mr. Young, a clerk, who had a concern about a complaint. The complaint was described as a gray area. During a public hearing, Member Schmidt asked if this happened often, and was this a new procedure? Mr. Young is in a different department than the task force. He has no right to insert himself into how the Sunshine Ordinance is interpreted, unless he is speaking during the time frame of speaking on behalf of the respondent during a hearing. He certainly was not speaking on behalf of the complainant. He was speaking on behalf of the city to narrow transparency and not in the public's interest. The Board of Clerks has proven not to be a neutral party, and I can point to several instances. The Sunshine Ordinance Task Force should only allow the Board of Clerks to speak on meeting protocol questions. If a clerk wishes to speak for or against the complaint, it should be in the time frame of speaking for a party in the complaint or during the 3-minute public comment, just like every other department employee has to in addressing arguments for a complaint. What is even more mind-boggling is the task force has legal counsel that is ethically walled off from the city, and you did not go to them with a supposed gray area of concern. My observation from outside is that the task force underutilizes your designated legal counsel. Mr. Young is not your legal counsel. He is not ethically walled off from the city. Your legal counsel is sitting right there before you. I urge you to throw out the determination on complaint 23098. I don't even know how you can call it an order of determination since it never went through the complaint process, so I agree with Mr. Philpott. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other callers? Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment. Any other comments from members before we vote? Not seen any other hands. Cheryl, when you're ready, if you can call the roll on that. Again, that's a motion to continue this item.
Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Kumar? Absent. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood? Absent. Member Vice Chair Stein? Aye. Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 8 in favor, 2 absences.
Okay, we can go ahead and move on to item number 4.
Don't worry, I won't continue.
Item number 4, Administrator's Report. Okay, we have a current list of upcoming tentative hearing schedule for 2024. As of February 27, we got 3 new complaints.
If I could stop real fast, Cheryl, just so the public knows, we've adjusted, I believe, back 1 week the complaint committee and the compliance and amendments committee meetings for April only. So I believe complaints will be meeting on April 16th, even though ordinarily they would meet the 3rd week.
That-
And CAC is going to meet the 3rd week instead, which is April 23rd. And ordinarily they would meet the 4th week. And there will be no meeting the 4th week.
Okay,
For-
I didn't change the schedule because I knew it was going to be discussed here.
So is that? Let's see here. Oh, no, that's not changed. I'm sorry. So I think the proposal was to actually have it be the 9th and the 16th. If I understand correctly, I believe that came from Member Pope.
My concern was that the 23rd impacts me because of a Jewish holiday, possibly Member Wolf. So I was likely not available on the 23rd. I can be available on the 16th, the 30th, heck, the 9th, whatever. But I was just trying to get CAC moved off the 23rd.
I see. So I think the idea was, so maybe we should talk about that now. Vice Chair Schmidt, I don't know what you and your group would think if you were to meet on the 9th instead, and then CAC could meet on the 16th instead of the 23rd. If that would work.
This seems, as far as I know, this is a new idea. There was, hello.
Chair Yankee, we do not have reservations for the room for April 9th.
Oh, okay. So that's off the table. Okay.
My understanding from emails over the last couple of weeks was there was a suggestion that the 16th and the 23rd be swapped between the two committees.
Oh, swapped that. Okay.
Swapped, yes. And I think there were several members who said that they were fine with that. I don't know. I haven't been keeping track. I'm pretty sure I said that it's fine with me. And I don't think I've seen that anyone on our committee is unavailable, although we do need now apparently 3 for quorum. So hopefully we could have our 3 say that they're available if we were to swap.
Okay, so yeah, I must have been left off of some of these emails. So, okay, so it sounds like the idea on the table here is just to flip-flop the two and have CAC go on the 16th and complaints go on the 23rd instead. So why don't we start with the complaint members who are here.
I can swap.
So you can swap, and you're available, Member Schmidt, for the 23rd?
Yes.
And then who's?
I believe so, that I am as well. I just want to note, though, there are 2 other dates that I wouldn't be available for that are both complaint dates. Oh, wait, no, one's May 1st for the full force, and then on August 20th as well. So at least on August 20th, I didn't realize it's a while away away, but if you're talking about 3 for quorum, I won't be there on August 20th.
Okay.
Okay. But the 23rd will work? Okay, so I think we're good there. How about, so Member LaHood told me that she'd be available on the 16th when she called. So Member Anderson, would that work for you?
I can work. I can be.
Member Pilpel?
Yes.
Member Wolf, would the 16th work for you?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't know. I mean, each chair can technically change the meeting date, or we can take do a motion if we want to. I don't know how, but everyone's. I think we just change it based on the chairs. Okay, so it sounds like Chair Schmidt is going to call a special meeting for complaints on the 23rd and cancel the 16th. And CAC Chair LaHood is going to cancel the meeting on the 23rd and call a special meeting on the 16th. So we can put that into the meeting minutes just in case anyone wants to review those.
On the regular times, though. So
It would be
CAC would be the 16th at 4:30, and complaint would be the 23rd at 5:30.
That's my understanding. That work for everyone? Same times? Okay. Yes, thank you, Member Popo. Great. Okay. Anything else regarding the tentative hearing schedule before we move on? Nothing? Okay. Sorry, Cheryl, for interrupting you. I think you can go on to the second part of your report now.
All right. I'm just taking note of everything. Okay, so in the graph shown in column 3, we went over it pretty specifically, added all the numbers on the bottom row and to the very right, and they all seem to make a lot of sense right now. Does anybody have any comments?
Yeah, I did. Again, the bold statement underneath I thought was supposed to reflect what we're seeing on today's agenda. And I'm going to guess it's a long agenda, but I don't think it's 31 files on this agenda. I think we have
I think for task force.
right. So I don't think we have 31 task force files on this agenda. So I think.
Yeah, waiting for 30, yeah, in the third column. 31 for task force, waiting full.
You said,
task force.
no, the bold part says today's agenda includes 31 task force files. It does not. I mean, we only have 16 items. So it can't include 31 task force files. I think we want to see in that bold part there is to see what it is we're actually hearing today. So it'd be 3 files, I think. Well, it'd be 1 reconsideration, 2 referrals from CAC, and then I think it's 5 initial complaints. It's definitely not. Sounds right. What's written here? It's not, we're not hearing 5 on compliance. There's not 31 files. So we need to make sure that that bold part is accurate and reflects what's actually on the agenda. Member Pavel, do you have a comment?
Yeah,
Thank
a couple of things. Going back to section 2, perhaps in the future we can drop the as of February 27th, because that seems like a carried forward date, and maybe just say new petitions complaints are as follows. That just seems wrong or misleading. Previous page.
I'm actually fine with the way it's written, but
Well, but it's not accurate because it's showing complaints that were filed in March and saying as of February 27th.
Since February 27th.
I think she means since, like
Since.
New petition.
yeah, I think that's what she's trying to.
Okay.
Yeah. Since would be
Whatever.
a better word.
I think since would be a better word.
word.
Yeah, thank you, member.
Fair
Howard.
enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Either way. On section 3, I know I've asked for this before, and I'm sure it's in the works, but the sooner the pending items from the year 2020 and 2021, whatever's holding them up, work their way through the system, the better. I get that we're still working through 2022, 23, and 24, but I think closing out the 20.
Member Pilpel, there's a certain complainant who has numerous pending files that are old
Okay.
and the administrators have made numerous attempts to try to get those scheduled, and she continually is unavailable and asks for them to be put off. So
Understood.
we're aware of that. We're trying to get them scheduled, but that's why those are floating out there. It's not.
That's fine.
The person's negligence.
And for the column decided but awaiting OD, if that's just a clerical matter of preparing an OD for us to approve, then maybe we can work through some of those in the next month. I understand there'll be all the ones that we continue this time, but at some point we're going to have to deal with the backlog of ODs, and we should probably work through that as well.
Yeah, agreed. To our administrators, can we try to get those? If there's 24 waiting ODs, that means there's no actual hearings necessary, to my understanding. Can we get those as much as possible cleared up?
For 2021,
Well, I mean, just
The whole column.
the whole column says there's 24 total that are decided but waiting ODs. That means they're only still open files because the administrator's office has not finalized them. But I don't think there's any further action in the task force.
it's not us, it's the complainant.
What's that?
It's not us, it's the complainant.
How would a complainant hold up their OD? They don't approve ODs. We do.
Mr. Fernandez. Right.
Chair Yankee, we'll look into that and revise the numbers as needed and. give
Okay,
you a
okay.
report.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Victor. Because if it's just doing the clerical work of finalizing the OD, we shouldn't be having something 4 years old sitting out there just waiting that.
And even if that takes more than one meeting and has to be broken up into 2 or 3 pieces, that's fine. But at least making progress to work that column down to 0, I think is great. On section 4, if we haven't, I think we're about to get there. It makes reference to complaint committee minutes, but they were not actually in the packet. And the communications from the general public, there are links, and that's fine. I think the second and third link seem a little odd. That URL, AVAN, whatever, seems a little odd. But if we're going to include the complaint committee minutes, we should actually include it at length in the packet because it wasn't anywhere else to be found that I'm aware of. That's all I had. Thanks.
So I would say, and I talked to Cheryl briefly about, however, the communication is sent to the task force is how it should be included. So if we received an email, for instance, from one of these people, we should have the actual email. And if they include links, then it should be links. If they include actual attachments, it should be actual attachments. It's however they submit it. So we shouldn't be,
Under communications?
yeah, it shouldn't be us paraphrasing or chopping it up or
No,
doing
I'm
this.
not. That is exactly what was said in the article that I got. I mean, I didn't make that up.
I mean, but there had to be a communication from her to you that we're not seeing. Was it an email
It's-
or?
It's Dr. Sunshine, and she
I know.
sends articles, her comments,
Well, how are they being sent?
email.
Okay, so the email.
So, okay.
All right, so the actual email that you're receiving should be included.
Okay, it's an email with a picture usually of what it is she's talking about, and then a link, and that's it.
Yeah, so just include exactly what you get. If she's sending you an email with a link, literally put that email with that link exactly how you received it as an attachment to this. And if she actually attaches a file, you should attach the file as it is. But if it just, please pass this along, it's an email to sotf@sfgov.org from her, just let's see the email as it's written.
I think what we are on is a general mailing list. I think that's why we're getting this stuff.
Okay.
I'm just telling you. Yeah.
Okay, anything else in this item, members? Now let's go ahead and open this up to public comment.
There are members of the public in the room who would like to speak on item 4 on the administrator's report. Please approach the podium. If you're in the online community and you'd like to speak, please raise your hand using the app or press *3 on your telephone. I'll give you a moment. You have no speakers in the room, no callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to item number 5.
Item number 5, file number 23097, proposed revisions to the complaint committee procedures and bylaws. This information was posted on March 14. So we had a 14-day window of providing it to the public, and we met that deadline.
Okay, so members, this is for the most part a continuation of the discussion where we were last meeting on this. I believe Member Pilpel, Member Schmidt were working on some changes that kind of came out of the discussion. And the one notable difference is this time we did have time to post for the bylaw amendments. So my understanding is this is going to be a revision to both the complaint procedures and the bylaws. We can take them together or separately, however the task force wishes. With that being said, I'll turn it over to Member Schmidt, since this, I believe, was his initial item.
Thank you, Chair. I am going to try to avoid a redo on this in terms of the substance. I think the point where we were at before was it seemed like members were interested in the language as Member Pilpel and I might be able to work out, where the way that the complaint committee had approved this, it was going to have the committees make the determinations. The change, which I had not initially wanted, but I've compromised on, is that instead of that, they be put on to, in every case appropriate, that matters be placed onto the consent calendar. Coming out of the new process, I'll call it, the new process, which by its terms would only change the way that 21 issues are dealt with. And again, part of the reason why we're hoping to make this set of changes is that the 21 matters are the ones that are affected by the 45-day limit. And therefore, this is an attempt to make one set of changes just to handle that particular issue. And there may be other amendments. They may come out of our committee. They may come from other people, changes to the process. But we wanted to keep this tight to at least get a start on trying to attack the backload. Now, last thing I'm going to say right now is that we did not talk about what I had written up as a proposed change to the bylaws. Let me explain my thinking on this, which is I thought that the language, it would help to change the language so that we talk about what we do in our committees as review. And I'd like to make somewhat of a split between what we do in committee and call that review. And we can say that committees would do something called hearings, but we treat the idea of hearings as the statute would tell us as something that may happen in certain cases or may not. Now, at this time, I believe the task force has fallen into the somewhat of a habit of simply sending every single case to a full hearing, which is a hearing. It's considered to be a hearing for the existing language of the bylaws. And then you have a hearing in a committee, and then we turn around and have a hearing before the full task. And I think that at least our committee thought that this is a way that we're adding on unnecessary burden by simply opting to always assign every case to hearing after hearing. And so what I wanted to do with this new language is to say that the committee shall do what's called a review, which could end up sending a case for hearing before the full task force. But that is the hearing. That's what that's what we would consider to be the hearing. The committee would determine how it conducts its review, and as appropriate in these 21 cases. So that's my explanation for the different language, that the one, the line that I would wish to add into the bylaw changes. That's all I'll go with for now.
Okay, thank you, Member Schmidt. Any thoughts on this, members?
Member Wolf.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I'm not quite following the bylaws amendment, the language of it, and how it is congruent to the amendments in the complaint procedure. In the complaint procedure.
Well, the existing process is not being changed outside of Section 21 cases. So all those other kind of cases, meetings cases, calendar cases, they're not affected by this. The process could be changed for those, but this attempt at an amendment is we intended it to be targeted to the 45-day limit, which we're extremely out of compliance with. I'm trying to change. It may be that it's just that. It's just one word for another. But I want to get this task force out of the habit of having something called a hearing for a committee and then something called a hearing before the full task force in every single complaint that comes before us, partly because there's nothing in the statute that causes this task force to exist that talks about any kind of process that is that cumbersome, a double hearing for every case. So I would say if we're going to call something a hearing, if we're going to assign something to be a hearing, we would only call what's going before the task force to be a hearing. And in the committee, there be more discretion to figure out what it wants to do with cases per this change. So I want to get us away from always calling hearings, double hearings, because I believe that's the reason why this task force is at least a year behind on 45-day cases at this time.
Mr. Chair, I need some further clarification. I understand your intention and what you're trying to do. I'm just reading the amendments that that's being put before us. So in section C, what is it, CA, in the complaint procedures, section C, in the second paragraph, it explains what the committee would be allowed to do. That's what's being proposed. Ascertain jurisdiction, review the merits, issue a report or recommendation, shall submit a proposed determination in order to be placed on consent calendar, and so on and so forth. Okay, it doesn't have any, it's not, the amendment is not providing any authority other than that for the committee to submit a recommendation for a determination. Okay, I get that part. But going back to the bylaws amendment, it says the committee shall schedule priority review for 6721 claims, not just 6721B as noted for the complaint procedure, but all 67 for the entire section claims, including where appropriate determinations and orders. I don't understand what that means. Priority review, where appropriate determinations and orders. That's what I need clarification on.
So remember, Wolf, you're talking about top of page 2 in our online packet, right?
Correct.
That one sentence. Okay. And
it's actually page 3.
10. Or yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It phrased up for all the 4 committees.
Right. So it's that one sentence, Member Schmidt, is what you're adding to what's below in section 6, right? So subsections A, B, C, and D all to include the same added provision in the final sentence, and then that's the sentence. Just want to make sure that we're reading that correctly, right? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just not understanding the structure of that sentence, what it's supposed to mean.
I see.
It says priority review, and you're you want to move, you want to make a distinction between review and hearings, but then it says including where appropriate determinations and order. Does that mean being able to make determinations and orders?
Member Wolf, I see exactly what you're saying now, and I see that with the different language that I haven't spoken with Member Pelpel about how I tried to incorporate what his written matter was with mine, but if that ends up being the agreed upon language, I can see that this is not written the way I would even want it to be. I would say that we could strike including where appropriate determinations and orders. I guess that's problematic in that this is a bylaws amendment and we don't have, that wouldn't be something that was noticed. I'm not sure if you can revise language. If it's, I would say shall schedule priority review for 6721 claims, and then that would, and then leave out the next 1, 2, 3, 6 words, and then the change to the rules is where it's explained what that priority review would be.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. Can I make 2 suggestions? Number 1, a question to our legal counsel. If we noticed the proposed changes for the bylaws but want to change that particular sentence as has been suggested, is that something we can do without renoticing the new proposed language, since it's substantively similar to the initial sentence that we wanted to insert? Yes, so
Can you just, this is Valerie Lopez, Deputy City Attorney. Can you please point me to the page?
the page of the revisions we want, or the page that talks about how to amend our bylaws?
No, the page you're just referring to about the changes you're thinking about tweaking that are a little bit different than what was originally proposed.
Yep, so it's, if you click on the attachment for item number 5, it is page 3.
And the underlying text is.
The underlying text that we were right was what was suggested to be inserted into the bylaws in subsections A, B, C, and D under Article 6 committees. And so I think the thought is maybe striking the words, including where appropriate determinations and orders, that part of it, and just have it say, committee shall schedule priority reviews for 6721 claims and hearings on complaints, and keep the old language. Is that something that we could vote on today, or would that require us to renotice it since we're changing?
No, I definitely think it's within the scope of what's been on the agenda. So I think it'll be appropriate for you to tweak it if that's what the members want to do moving forward.
Okay.
Excellent. Thank
and then
you.
I remember Wolf's other point. Maybe my suggestion would be, just so it matches identically, should we say 6721B complaint, since it matches what the complaint?
That is a good idea. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Remember, Wolf, with that?
Yeah.
Alleviate. Okay, so I think.
Yeah, that's fine. And I have one more comment to make.
Go ahead, Wolf.
I'll wait if somebody else wants to pipe in on those points. It's a different comment.
Okay. Anyone else on that? Member Pelpel?
Yeah, I have a number of thoughts. Let me just stick to the bylaws for a second, and then we'll come back to the procedures. I'm certainly open to some changes to the procedures, and I had some wordsmithing. We can talk about that in a moment. I'm less open to changes to the bylaws, particularly if it's only to add those few words. It seems to me like the proposed changes to the complaint procedures accomplish that. I'm not yet convinced. I'm open to being convinced that we need to revise the bylaws to accommodate it. I think if we just make that change to the complaint procedures, that does the trick. And I think and we'll see how it plays out. I'm just not feeling as much of a need to amend the bylaws just to accomplish this priority review for certain petitions. If we try this thing through the complaint procedures and it works and it makes the world a much better place, and there are other reasons to amend the bylaws, then I've got no problem going back and fixing the bylaws. It just seems to me like that's premature right now, and I would rather focus on the complaint procedures. But again, I'm open to being persuaded.
Vice Chair Stein?
Yeah, well, I guess my question is the priority review piece of it, that if we want to make sure that the 6721 cases come up quickly and maybe jump over some of the other cases so that they can get decided in a more timely fashion, that for me would be important to keep the priority review language potentially. But then I did have a question too when I was reading this again, which is what happens to all the 6721s that have been already filed? Like, is this just going to start with the cases that we get now, or are we going to sort of grandfather this back and try to expedite some of the older 6721 cases first? That's sort of, we don't have to get too far into that because it's not necessarily, but I just wondered like how the priority review is going to be enacted with all the cases that we have.
Well, I'll say that I think our backlog is really not at what's going to committee level. It's my understanding, and correct me, I believe last month we got assigned about 6 or 7 cases in our committee, and the other committees, there was only maybe 4 left for them to consider. And I believe that was the most recent complaints that are ready to go to committee. Does anyone have any information that's contrary to that?
No, yeah, because I think the administrator's report, in fact, even just showed 3 complaints since the end of February. So I think like you said, Member Schmidt, the backlog or the majority of the backlog is things ready to go to the full task force. So to your point, Vice Chair Stein, I think since it wasn't already suggested as a consent agenda, they would have to re-action those items if we were to put them. Unfortunately, I think absent doing that, they would just kind of be queued up as normal, unless you folks could think of another way to revisit those that you may have previously heard and then make maybe a mass motion to send them to consent or something. I mean, I don't know. We can work through potential ideas, but I don't think it needs to be, probably doesn't need to be part of the language, but those are good thoughts.
It is an issue, yes, that we may end up seeing that there's a new stream of 6721B matters that we sent to the chair, and the chair is still trying to deal with the existing backlog. And I'm not sure how that's going to play out. But I think Chair Yankee is right that I think we can figure this out as it goes along. Can I say to Member Pilpel, I mean, I'm flexible on the bylaws amendment but I'm not quite sure you referred to changes to the language of the rules. And so I don't want to necessarily handle whatever changes you have one at a time here. And so I still think that this changes the bylaws. It sets something which tells us to handle these claims differently because of the 45-day rule. And I think it sets the rule straight as to how we should be considering these claims. So I think this is preferable. But I'm open to not pushing for the bylaws change want to hear what these other changes are that you want to make first, because if you have a whole bunch of other changes, I might want to make a motion that does include the bylaws changes. But let's see if we can come to consensus on this.
But before we proceed, I just want to note that this is a very full calendar, and we ran into this problem before. And I think everyone knew that this meeting was going to go on. This was noticed, and they had a month to prepare changes. I would really, unless it's a major, major important issue, not wordsmith alive in the meeting again and push us off to 7 o'clock. I think we need to take a vote or not. We had a month to do this.
Yeah, and I wasn't sure how to communicate with Member Pilpel. I understood that the chair had a way of communicating with Member Pilpel, and so our inability to communicate may have led to where we are right now. I did try to take I got an edited sheet from Member Pilpel. I did my own edited sheet, and I tried to incorporate them substantively with each other. So I thought when we came here today, we would have unity on this possibly, but I don't know. Certainly, Chair, I understand your concern about time. So yeah, let's see if we can do this as quickly as we can.
So with that said, Member Pilpel, can you maybe do it in a few minutes?
Yep. Okay. So before I get into the edits, and they really are not huge, I just want to make that clear. I just want to be clear in my mind that there are actually sort of three different issues, at least, that are running in parallel. One is the big complaint backlog that we're dealing with. That's an issue that's being handled. The second is handling Section 67.21B petitions differently and prioritizing them differently than what we have, given the requirements of 67.21E. And then the third is Chair Schmidt's astute observation that the ordinance doesn't require 2 hearings, and in virtually all cases doesn't even require a hearing, and the traditional interpretation that we've got to, work things to death many, many times is in part what's contributing back to item 1 and the complaint backlog. So all of those things seem to be happening, and this is a way to address at least 2 and 3, which might have some impact on 1. Am I?
Well stated.
Okay.
Well stated. Yes.
Because there's a lot to. Okay. So as to the language, I don't have any major disagreement. Let me just read through the markups that I have quickly. So, and I'm happy to share this as well. So 1A, priority handling of, I would say, Section 67.21B petitions, if we're limiting it to just 67.21B.
I accept that.
Okay. Petitions that, rather than assert, maybe allege, because we've been consistent about allegations.
I accept that.
Okay. Of SF admin code, write out section 67.21B, shall be designated for priority handling and immediately assigned upon receipt.
Sure. I accept that.
To a complaints commit.
Remember, Pilpel, where are we in our package?
Sorry.
Okay. This is C.
The underlined language under C, the relevant.
Looks like PDF page 12 for those following along online.
Right, because it didn't get bait stamped. All right, anyway.
Continue.
Immediately to a complaints calendar in a committee to effect compliance with admin code, write out section 67.21E time requirements. The committee shall be informed of the data, mandated by capital S section. The petitioner and respondent shall be required to attend when the committee reviews the petition. That's no other changes to that paragraph.
Okay.
Okay. Second graph, the committee shall review all section 67.21B substitute petitions for claims.
I accept that.
And assign them, since it's referring to those petitions, assign them for hearing, No other changes on that page. Going to the top of the next page. And or 3, issue a report and or recommendation to the SOTF, period. In cases of any I don't know if violations or would it work to say in cases of section 67.21B allegations? I mean, I'm not sure where, because the
I accept
violation
that.
hasn't.
I accept that.
Okay, so what I hear you saying is yes.
Yes.
The committee shall submit a proposed. Is it in fact a proposed determination, because that goes to an OD, a determination in order?
Yes, it is. And that's an
Okay.
important part of it.
Okay,
Yes.
so it's actually proposing an OD.
Yeah, the committee needs to actually be ready to put something down.
Okay.
And so the committees are going to have to take these seriously.
Yeah.
That's part of the process here. Yeah.
Okay, so it's actually moving up the OD to not be at a follow-on meeting, but it would have a proposed OD at the full task force? I mean, that's dramatic.
If, well, the task force could change them.
Okay.
It could do something different.
Think of it
certainly.
as a draft OD.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the same process I
Yeah.
remember PayPal we've been using. I mean, the way we've talked about this before, when the task force actually makes their vote, that's when the determination takes place. The order of determination is just a subsequent historical record of it, so it doesn't change the timeline.
Okay, so then maybe it's just the proposed determination and strike and order. We would still do the order.
No, it could be an order. An order
No.
can be, I order you to turn over the records. I think you're thinking order as in
an
a
OD.
piece of paper.
Okay.
We're talking about an order.
All right,
as in-
so we'll leave it like that for whatever it means. Okay, so proposed determination and order to be placed on the, rather than following month, because that seems confusing, maybe to be placed on the next task force meeting consent agenda.
Yes, I accept that.
Any section 67.21B petition
Yes, exactly.
that the committee does not forward to the consent agenda shall be scheduled for final consideration at the next SOTF meeting, period.
What does that mean?
Yes.
I don't know
Accept
what it means, but it's less language.
Accepted.
Oh, come on. Let's not be pedantic about it. What does it mean? What does final consideration mean? Does that mean a full hearing?
I didn't propose this. Ask Chair Schmidt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a good question. So let's
Right.
say that complaints committee does not forward a 6721. What is that animal? Where does that go?
For final consideration, this is, since it's 6721, it would go before the full task force at the next meeting. I'm not saying that it goes for hearing before the full task force for a reason. It's because even if eventually the chair decides that all cases are going to have full hearing, we have to remember that the rules actually do not require hearings for every case. And the chair has the power in these rules to not send everything to hearing. So I don't want to say that suddenly everything goes to a hearing at the task force.
I think maybe just strike that sentence. Does it have to be there? In other words, just and then just take that out. I mean, obviously, if it's not sent to the consent calendar, the chair has the option to do whatever the chair wants to do with that. That doesn't need to be stated, right?
So how about if we took out for final consideration because I do want to have it be assigned to the next meeting, so we try to get within the 45 days.
And maybe make a quick point on this. I think if we adopt the bylaw change, that forces a priority review in the committees for 6721. So it doesn't allow the chair to not assign it to the committees because we have priority review for 6721 claims. Committee shall schedule a priority review for 6721 claims. And so I think that would, by default, I've obviously followed precedent, but I think that would by default mean everything that's a 6721 B allegation would go to a committee regardless. And so I think it would make that, to Member Highland's point, that sentence unnecessary.
Right.
Okay, so what would we take out there? Let's see if we can.
Maybe the
figure
three
that out.
words for final consideration.
I accept that. Is that,
No,
Member Highland, is that?
I was thinking more than that. Maybe Chair Yankee can.
Right. I think Member Highland's proposal was to remove the entire sentence that says any section 21B claim the committee does not forward to the consent calendar shall be scheduled for final consideration at the next SOTF meeting per 21E, because the bylaw change would always have the committee hearing it next and making a report out. If I understand you, you'd put that in the event that the chair, for instance, withheld a file from a committee hearing.
Isn't this?
No.
No, they're
saying
different things.
That my understanding is that this is saying that the committee will take these cases under priority review. And if they're not sending it to the consent calendar, it's going to the task force to be resolved in whatever manner.
Regular
Oh,
calendar.
regular hearing. Okay, I see what
Right.
you're saying. So there might be cases where, let's say it's a 2-to-1 vote in a committee where they can't.
But to Member Schmidt's point, it doesn't automatically grant them a hearing. That's I think what he's also trying to cover.
Right. I see what you're saying.
That I understand too.
Okay, that makes
because
sense.
There's this discrepancy about whether we really should be having.
So
hearings.
I think keep the language just about the ones that we are referring. That's what this is about. And the rest we deal with as we do. It doesn't, that one sentence brings the whole, what happens to the other ones, question mark. And I think it confuses the whole paragraph, to me.
Well, it doesn't, this doesn't deal with anything outside of the 21B claims. So that's in the next part of the rule, and that, we made no changes to that. I think, yeah, this is supposed to be about what the committee does if it doesn't put something on the consent calendar. And so, Member Highland, it sounds like you're saying that we could just take out this whole sentence, but we'd still know that 21B,
It'll still be handled.
I mean, would the committee know that 21B remains a priority case as a 45-day case, even if this sentence wasn't there?
I mean, to me, the question is, would the full SOTF know that it was still a priority? Because sometimes we hear cases in committee and then they don't come before the full SOTF for like 6 months or a year or something like that. And we're trying to prevent that, I thought, for the 21B cases, if it's an issue of timeliness, even if for whatever reason we can't decide a recommendation to send to the consent calendar, we still want it to go forward and be heard in an expedited way by the full task force.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, it's kind of an operational issue here. I think one thing is that, one, the word final consideration, that needs to be a different set of words. I think that should be for like regular hearing process or something like that. Then that sentence makes sense. For me at least.
What if we just said consideration?
What about if we said resolution, scheduled for a resolution?
Resolution is fine. That's good. Instead of for final consideration, we say for resolution.
I also think that the suggestion to remove those 3 words was also fine as an idea.
What I'm saying, the only concern I have about using the word resolution is resolutions are actions that are made by a body, like making a motion. It could be a resolution versus resolving an issue. It's got dual meanings. So I just don't want to confuse not just future task forces, but also the public at the same time.
I think Member Wolf and Member Sugarman, it seems like we can take out for final consideration, those 3 words, and that's fine with me. It seems like that's going to help.
That helps
many of the people here on this. So let's take that out for final consideration.
Are you tracking the edits, Member Pilpel?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and he'll have the record of the changes.
We're going to, when we have a break, we will caucus.
Exactly. And then we'll be able to go forward here because we're almost done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So I'm just thinking out loud for a second. I'm not sure if those two sentences now work well together, because reading it, it says, in cases of any section 67.21B allegations, the committee shall submit Then the next sentence is saying, any section 67.21B petition that the committee does not forward. Well, they were sort of required to on the previous sentence. So, right, that was Member Highland's point. So maybe there's a way to merge them, eliminate the second sentence, and slightly soften, but not by much, the end of the first sentence and say, shall submit a proposed determination and order to be placed on the next task force meeting, comma, preferably on the consent calendar, period.
May I
So-
make a quick,
Just a thought.
what if we say the committee shall consider submitting a proposed determination? This way, if there's not agreement, then there's a fallback. Okay, well, I'd say there's a 2-to-1 vote. Then it just goes.
Okay. So maybe it's an either or, that it's either they submit a proposed determination and order, and that goes to the consent calendar if there's consensus, or it gets sent to the full task force at the next meeting, period. That either way, it maintains its priority handling, so it gets out of committee the first hearing, bada boom, bada bing. I don't know how you write that up, but that's the concept.
Chair Yankee, not
That's the intention here.
Yeah, not to throw a spanner in the works, but let's say we get a case that is presented to us as a 6721, but we deemed that it's not a public record. Where does that go?
Or if it's not a 6721 case at all, they just say it is.
Well, it comes to us and the complaint committee hears it as 6721. That doesn't go to the consent calendar.
I think that if there's a proposed determination and order of
or maybe it does
no violation.
Okay.
See, I wrote. I'll explain something that's maybe not clear here. If the task force wanted to make the change to say that a finding of violation or a finding of no violation is sent fast to the task force, that's one option, and that's fine. What I did here, and it's a little bit, maybe this is new information, but I wanted to make sure that if we see a violation, we move it. And so a no violation, it's not to me as important as a violation. And so I wanted to make sure that if we see a violation, then we do the determination in order, get that thing moving, and see if we can get something out in 45 days. If we don't see a violation, then we have the option of saying, here's a proposed order, and a determination in order. We have the option of doing that at committee. But I guess the way I wrote it, and I just remembered this with Member Pelpel's last comment is, I wanted to prioritize violation findings because I have this kind of like view that maybe we can be this fast mover on finding violations because that serves the public better.
Fast track it.
Yeah. I'm going to jump in. It's nearing 5:45. This was supposed to be like a 15-minute item. We have 7 cases waiting to be heard. Okay. So if we're not ready, we need to continue this. If we're ready to vote, we should finish it up and take a vote. We need to solve this in like 5 minutes.
I'm not ready. I've got other comments that need to be discussed.
Okay. So I think we need to be at the point where either if there's any quick additional edits, we talk about them, and then we make a motion one way or the other.
Yeah.
We have a lot of people waiting here.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, can I just say,
Okay.
I just want to notate something
So
real quick.
I'm getting some good
Hello? Oh, okay. In 6721E, I mean, the thrust of.
We can hear you.
Okay, good. In 6721E, the thrust of the 45-day rule is only for whether the records are public or not. It is not for violations of the ordinance. So I would propose that be the thrust of what is being dealt with here. Okay. And that was also one of the reasons why we left it up to committees to be able to have the authority within a 45-day period to make a determination whether the records were public or not, because that's all this paragraph calls for. Violations of the ordinance are elsewhere in the ordinance, like under 6730. And so while I understand that we were trying to move an entire complaint procedure or process forward, we could just simply say the records are public, produce them, and then leave it like that. And then if somebody disagrees with it, they can file for reconsideration. But the 45-day rule would have then been applied, and the task force would be within compliance.
Okay, thank you, Member Wolf.
So
I've
got other issues, but I'll hold. I'm not ready I'm not comfortable with some other items with regards to this.
Okay, Vice Chair Stein.
Yeah, I don't know. I just want to say I've read that passage multiple times, many times. I'm sure all of us have, but I have a different interpretation of it because it says you're supposed to determine whether the records are public and then order they be released. I feel like it's not just a determination. If it is public, you have to order them to be released, which is an action on our part. And so I don't think it's just about declaring them public or not.
It's effectively a hearing on the merits.
Yeah.
So we're just about at 5:45. So I think we need to figure out what direction we're going to go. If we're going to vote on either the bylaws or the procedures or continue, I think we need to make that decision now.
Member Pilpel, how many more? There's only 2 sentences to go here. How many more do you have?
The 2 issues, and I suspect that you'll accept them. We can either do that now. Okay, fine.
I'm already open to taking out for final consideration.
Got it.
So let's, if we can, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So the next sentence and ending that at the next task force meeting period, dropping the per 21E, because I don't think
that's fine.
Okay. Next sentence, the committee shall instruct I don't know if instruct is the right word, whatever, shall instruct the parties to provide any further or supplemental. It seems like further and supplemental are somewhat duplicative.
Take out supplemental.
There you go. Information to inform the full task force's determination, singular, and order, singular, or clarify significant legal issues.
Fine with me.
Okay. Next sentence is fine, this priority process. And then on 1B, the parenthetical, other than section 67.21B petitions.
Fine with me.
That's all I had.
I think we resolved all our issues that we might have. And I know many of the members seem to be okay, because most of what we just did was your wording was better than mine, or non-substantive changes.
But your concepts were good to begin with.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion then, potentially, to approve an edited version? Are we at that point that we can do that?
On the procedures, not on the bylaws today.
We can take them separately if you want. So
okay.
That's fine. If you, after talking it through, I'll vote for it even if the bylaws aren't changed.
And if it works, we'll go back to the bylaws someday. It's not like we're never going to see the bylaws.
Let's just take it one at a time. All
right. You want a motion? Do you want to move it? Who's moving it?
That sounded like a motion from Member Schmidt.
Do you want to move it?
Sure. I move that we go forward with this rules edit as we've just reconstructed it. It's on the record, and Member Pilpel has taken a written.
We will write it up and confirm.
Yes.
Yeah.
So move to approve the proposed new language to the rules,
Complaint procedures.
to the complaint procedures, with the edits as
discussed.
So
So second.
motion to approve the complaint procedures with the edits discussed. Moved by Member Schmidt, seconded by Member Pilpel.
Yep.
That's the motion on the floor. I think we've had plenty of discussion among members. I'm gonna move right
Not
forward.
after the motion's been made. Comment is still, that's a parliamentary procedure.
Member Wolf, do you have a comment?
I have a quick comment. My one concern I have on operational is if the committee is unable to meet and cannot achieve 45 within a 45-day compliance, then what?
Member Chair Yankee, perhaps I can ask that. So the complaint committee could be any committee, any body, any subcommittee who would be acting as the complaint committee.
I get that, but what if we have to give the parties a considerable amount of advance notice? They get scheduled, and something happens, like what we just happened with the Compliance and Amendments Committee. Okay, then what?
Then the committee taking that slot would be the complaints committee and hear that case.
Yeah, but if they can't meet within 45 days, then the compliance is lost.
I think we're going to have meetings within 45 days in all cases, whichever committee or subcommittee meets.
But that means you have to switch from one committee to another. That creates a logistical issue.
No, it means that the committee that taking that slot would have an additional duty to hear those complaints.
But they don't meet twice within 45 days.
Member Pilpel?
I think there will be some issues to work out as to how to implement this. I think this lays out what gets the priority, and we'll figure out in the fullness of time what that means procedurally. But I think this is a good direction to try. If it doesn't work, we can always fix it.
Okay, ready for public comment? Anyone else? Okay, let's go ahead and open up public comment on that motion.
Members of the public wishing to speak on item 5, file number 23097, proposed revisions to the complaint procedures and bylaws, may approach the podium. If you're a member of the online community and you'd like to make public comment, please raise your hand using *3 or raise your hand in the app. Chair Yankee, we have one caller in the queue.
Okay.
Caller, are you ready to
Sullivan, let me
begin?
know when to go.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
California Constitution, Article 1, Section 3(2), Number 2, paraphrase, a statute, court, rule, or other authority, which means the task forces, bylaws, and complaint procedures as you are written in the Sunshine Ordinance and how you function are essential to the application of the ordinance, shall be broadly construed if it furthers people's rights of access and narrowly construed if it limits the rights of access. A statute, court rule, or other authority adopted after the effective date of this subdivision that limits the right of access shall be adopted with findings demonstrating the interest protected by the limitation and the need for protecting that interest. I am for speeding up of determinations if a dispute arises, but this is secondary to the timeliness of the city responding to and providing records. Important, courts have consistently stated records are presumed public until an exemption is legitimately invoked by a custodian of record or agency. You should look to see if the department or custodian of record has claimed an exemption. If not, the records are public. The complaint procedure language should require that the respondent make clear what exemption they are claiming. And if there is no exemption claimed, respondent is not granted a hearing. The records are de facto public. Public records pivot on an exemption claimed. If you have questions about the language in the Sunshine Ordinance, then look to the CPR, A, which has a clearer language regarding the exemptions and what is a public record. You must take the stronger language that allows for greater public access. The problem is, more often than not, complaints are a violation of time. There needs to be more action by the task force in assisting to further people's rights of access to records in the time frames of the Sunshine Ordinance, the CPRA, and the Brown Act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any other public commenters?
There are no other callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I think we can take a vote on this motion. I've seen any hands. Okay. So Cheryl, when you're ready, call the roll.
Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 2 absences and 8 in favor.
Okay. To keep things moving. Go and make a motion
I'm losing your connection.
to accept the.
I'm losing your connection.
Your microphone's working.
Yeah, it's working for you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you
Member
have,
Wolf, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but everything is all blurry now, and I'm not sure if other people are.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay.
okay, so I'm going to read it again. I'm going to
Yeah. Thank you.
make a motion to approve the edits to the amendment to the bylaw with the following edit to this sentence. Committee shall schedule priority review for 6721B claims and hearings on complaints to review jurisdiction and the merits of the complaint in order to provide recommendations to the full task force. Essentially, I've added B after 6721 and then deleted the words including where appropriate determinations and orders, comma, as we had discussed. So that's my motion.
A second.
Hang on a second. My computer went all haywire. Sorry, Chair Yankee, my
That's good.
for me to speak. So
Got it?
move to approve the edits to the bylaws, and the committee shall schedule priority review for 6721 D as in dog
B as in boy.
claims.
And then you strike out including where appropriate determinations and orders, comma, and. I'm sorry.
Leave.
Strike out, yeah, leave the word and. So strike out including where appropriate determination and orders, comma.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
shouldn't we use the word complaints instead of claims?
Or petitions.
Because claims is not in our,
Sure.
our,
How about petitions?
How about petition?
Sure. Yeah, petitions. So we'll do committees shall schedule priority review for 6721B petitions.
Or section 67.
Comma
right?
and.
Just leave it. Comma, and hearings on complaints, blah, blah, blah. So it's just
All right. Whatever.
adding B after 6721, substituting petitions for claims, and then striking including where appropriate determinations and orders, comma. That is everything else exactly as written.
I don't have that language in front. of me.
I can work on it with you. We don't have to do it in real
And
time.
who was the second, please?
For Sugarman.
Sugarman.
Public comment?
Okay, any comments from members on that? Seeing none, let's go to public comment on that.
Members of the public wishing to speak on this motion regarding the bylaws. If you're in the room, please approach the podium. If you are a member of the online Community, please raise your hand using *3, or if you're using the app, raise your hand. I'll give you a moment. Chair Yankee, we have one caller in the queue.
Okay, let's go ahead and take the call.
Are you ready to begin, Mr. Warfield?
Yes, it said I'm unmuted. Is that me to
Yes, we
speak
can
now?
hear you. We can hear you. You ready?
Just a moment. Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. I haven't been able to follow very closely what you're talking about and with all the changes and so on. What I would say is, first of all, it's very encouraging and good that you are looking to try and satisfy the 45-day statutory requirement to render a decision, which has been in place pretty much for decades, but very not often satisfied. I would say that one of the things that's never clear in the discussion about the procedures is there's been a lot of back and forth over what is the purpose of the subcommittee, what I call the subcommittee, what you call committees. Are they there to just determine whether there's jurisdiction? And there almost never is not jurisdiction. It almost always is. And how much are they?
Mr. Warfield, we've lost you. Can you let us know you're still with us? Drop his phone or something. And let me stop the time. Mr. Warfield, are you with us?
I think we heard it hang up. I think he got disconnected.
It looks like he's disconnected.
What do we do about letting him finish his public comment?
Moving on.
Vote and then let him finish?
I don't think we can suspend the meeting until he calls back.
Yeah,
mean,
so
Let's proceed.
And unless there's any objection among the members, I'm just going to move this along.
Yeah.
Okay, seeing no objection. Are there any other public commenters? Nope. Okay.
Yes, okay. Mr. Warfield, you back with us?
Yes, I am. Can you tell me how much time I have left, please? Got disconnected somehow.
Yeah, it's okay. 1 minute and 21 seconds.
Okay, could you give me a 30-second warning then, please?
I'll do my best.
Thank you. What I was saying is that it wasn't always very clear, and it has gone back and forth quite a bit over whether the committees, whether and how much they do with respect to the substance of the complaint. And I think that's something that needs to be very importantly determined. I would say that the jurisdiction, and very often the jurisdiction is a pretty trivial thing. In the past, there were times when it was optional. A person could say, just take me straight to the full task force and skip the committee. And that was okay. I think that the task force can easily determine jurisdiction and then go ahead with the case and give it a full hearing. So that's something to keep in the back of the mind and certainly be clear about. The other thing is you need to say when this isn't taking effect and if it's going to take effect with complaints that are in the middle of being processed, because a change in the middle is very disconcerting for everybody, certainly for the complainant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warfield. Do we have any other public commenters?
There are no other callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I think we're ready to move to a vote. Not seeing any hands from the members. So let's go ahead and call the roll, Cheryl.
Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Coomer, absent. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel?
No.
Member Pilpil, no. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. So 7 in favor, 1 no, 2 absences.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anything else for this item, members? Seen anything? I think we've concluded this item then, and we can move on, since it's well past 5 o'clock now, to item number 6.
Item number 6, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction, but not on today's agenda.
Are you ready? Good evening.
One moment for Cheryl, let you know.
You're making general public comment?
Yes,
Okay, just a moment.
go ahead.
No, just a moment.
Oh, sorry.
Chair Yankee, are you going to introduce this?
Oh, yeah. Cheryl, can you read the item?
Oh, okay, we're not doing general public comment?
Sorry, I got
That's,
confused. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, we're good.
I'm one item ahead.
Oh, okay.
what did I miss?
Nothing, never mind.
Stood up there.
Member Highland thought we were at number 7, so we're good.
We're good, yeah. Mr. Klein, I think is making a general public
General
comment.
comment. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
There we go.
okay. Are you ready to begin, sir? Go ahead.
So, as I was listening to your previous conversations about timing and being a year behind our cases, and it's good that the city attorney's office is here because there's situational awareness technology that meetings shouldn't take this long. And the city attorney's office is aware of that. I just sent an email and had a conversation the other day at the town hall with David Shu. So he's very aware of this situational awareness technology. And I've been to hundreds of board meetings. I've been to county meetings, and it's very clear that everyone here is doing the best they can. I mean, I see that. However, someone is impacting your meetings with their situational awareness technology, and that's a major problem because you guys are trying to do a job here that's needed. And so I would just have the city attorney talk to David Shu because he's aware of the information that I submitted to him. And then the other thing is that we just became aware of this as well, and I just wanted to put this out there, is that there are a few people within the city that have been altering public comments with the closed captions. So they're altering a public record after the fact to discredit the information. So that's coming. We have identified at least 3 meetings that's happened in, and that's, again, will be coming very soon. So just stay tuned for that, and I'm going to just keep my comments to that for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other members of the public at the podium, I think we can move to our remote callers.
We have 2 callers in the queue.
Sullivan, let me know when to go. I'm not hearing people.
Yeah, I'm not hearing anybody either. Hello?
I hear Mr. Wolf.
Yeah, I can hear
Great,
you.
but I don't hear anyone else.
Me neither.
Member Wolf, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you loud and clear. And we can hear
Okay.
you, Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Okay, so I've restarted the clock. Are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Go. January 21st, 2011, Attorney Alan Grossman to his fellow Sunshine Ordinance Task Force members, abbreviated. The public's rights of access to the city's public records and meetings were enhanced significantly with the voters' adoption of the Sunshine Ordinance over 10 years ago. The single most important part was established establishment of a unique body, the SOTF, as a quasi-judicial forum to resolve disputes between the public and city officials, departments, and agencies regarding open government matters, particularly access to public records. The SOTF affords the public a level playing field with expedient relief when these disputes arise. Over the past few years, SOTF's ability to remedy violations and maintain that level playing field has been seriously compromised as a result of the city attorney's advice regarding both minimum quorum and voting requirements. When only 6 SOTF members attend a meeting, which has happened recently, the complainant will be denied access to records or properly conduct of a meeting, even if 5 members vote yes, whereas the respondent city department official or agency will be absolved by a single vote yes. Such a rule is manifestly unfair, untenable, and cannot be justified under any appropriate standard. It is certainly contrary to the purpose of the constitutional and state laws protections afforded the public for gaining access to public meeting and records. However, if the city attorney's advice stands, in short, the current SOTF voting procedure, whether a request for record is disclosable, should be reversed, because under California law, public records are presumptively disclosable, and the city departments and officials and policy bodies have the burden of establishing that a specific exemption from disclosure applies. For that reason, a motion should not be for a determination of a violation. Rather, the motion put to the vote should be a determination that a specific exemption relied on by the respondent applies, and the burden of approving that exemption should rest on the respondent, not on the complainant, to establish that it does not apply. Thus, in the case of a 5-to-1 vote, that the complainant would now lose, the respondent would lose, and be required to disclose the requested records, which is as it should be. Respectfully submitted, Alan Grossman, and I thank you for your time, and I hope you have a good meeting. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Do we have our next caller, please?
That's about like I started.
Mr. Warfield, you are our next public commenter. Are you ready to begin?
Yes, thank you for using my name, and I'm ready. Let me know when to start.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I heard some of the previous speakers' comments about Alan Grossman's comment, and I think that's very right. The burden of supporting a denial of somebody's rights under the law is supposed to be on the respondent and not on the complainant. There's an assumption supposed to be made that records are public and so on, unless there can be shown definitively some reason why they're not. And I think that that was terrific. That's some history. What I wanted to say about procedures and whatnot at the task force, I wanted to provide a presentation to the task force on the complaint that's coming up. And I'm talking now about procedures and not content of the complaint. And in order to understand where things stood and whether there were any changes to the agenda or additions and whatnot, I requested to see what the agenda would look like on the Monday before the due date for our comments to be included in the agenda packet. And with some difficulty, for a variety of reasons, we got a 41-page draft agenda, which we understood was what was going to be put in. And the administrator, Ms. Leger, said that the reason the number of pages was so drastically reduced was because members wanted less in the packet. Now, that's not something that we are opposed to in general, but now we had a completely different agenda packet from the 172 pages that were part of the July Complaint Committee hearing. So there had been 75% cut away. So now we had to scramble to see what was in and what was out. One of the things that was out, to our surprise, there were all kinds of other lesser things, but our response to the library's answer to our complaint was missing. So now we had to look and see how to respond and so on and so forth. And we prepared something basically in a bit of a rush because there was a lot of material to go through and to analyze and to see if everything was there that was necessary and so on. To change the rules in the middle was pretty shocking. And then when we got the agenda, it was quite a surprise to see that suddenly the 41 pages had gone to 206 with just the addition of 35 pages of our own. And that's one reason why I've said we need to have time to
Your
look
time
through
is up, Mr. Warfield.
what for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Do we have any other remote public callers? Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move on to item number 7.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just want to ask, based upon the last commenter, does that mean that we have a full packet, or are there documents that are missing?
We have a complete packet. We included materials that were from the July committee hearing. We did notice that there were some duplicates, which were removed. But what is online is what I actually have for Mr. Warfield's case.
So is that the same as what we have tonight?
Yes, it's online.
Okay.
Okay, can we move on to item number 7?
Item number 7, file number 23013, C as in cat, reconsideration of complaint. Complaint filed by Chris Ward Klein against the mayor's office for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721, 6724B as in boy, and 6725 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner. On February 7, 2024, the task force heard the matter and found no violation. On March 5, 2024, the petitioner provided additional documents not available during the hearing and requested reconsideration of the complaint.
Okay, let's see. Do we have both parties present?
Mr. Chair, just a quick question.
Yeah.
Just on the how this file is organized, is there a letter from the party that is requesting the reconsideration?
Yes, Member Wolf, ideally that would have been placed at the beginning, but I noticed instead it's at the end. The chain of communications regarding reconsideration begins if you're on the PDF, it's page 175.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
What's the numbered page on
That's the bottom. It says page 175, actually.
There you go.
Yep. Item 7, page 175 of 225. There's an email, then there's another document with a date of March 5th. So this was timely made. So briefly, do we have both parties here? I see Mr. Klein and Mr. Heckler. Are you here for the mayor's office? Okay, great. So just a reminder that both parties will be given 5 minutes to present. The task force should only consider new information on their decision whether or not to grant reconsideration. If reconsideration is granted, then this will be scheduled for a future continuation hearing where we'll pick up where we left off with our prior hearing. If we do not grant reconsideration, this matter is officially closed. There's no additional chance for reconsideration. So with that said, we'll start with Mr. Klein, and he can have 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. Are you ready, sir?
Yes.
Go
So
ahead.
before, I'm just going to read a little some information about email and what data is collected by email. Email produces data that is human communication, the messages. Messages contain both data, the text, and other media being communicated, and metadata, the sender and recipient email addresses, subject, date, time, and other SMTP required metadata. And that's going to be really important because my request stems around emails and metadata that hasn't been turned over. So on March 5th, I put together a request with new information. It's going to be page 203. So Sunshine Task Force members, I'm appealing the decision of the task force in regards to file number 23013C with new information that was not presented during the hearing or subsequent evidence. I'm enclosing the following documentation, page numbered for your convenience to assist during the appeal process. And in the documentation, it strongly appears that the mayor's office was not forthcoming, and violated timely disclosure of requested public records. Enforcement action should have been brought forward by the task force and others not named in this appeal. First, review pages 1 and 2 dated March 4th, 2024, which defines surveillance technology that includes audio, electronic, visual, location, thermal, etc. Emails are considered by state and federal law as audio files, and emails are used to send voice data and collect voice data. Also, please note on page 2 that on November 7th, 2023, the city found that email and marketing analytic technologies to be exempt under Chapter 19B. Emails can be used to collect location data and send voice data and collect data. I'm not arguing the exempt status here, as that will be argued in another hearing. We already know that the mayor's office emails are required to be forwarded upon request. At the hearing, a representative of the mayor's office did not state these apps and systems were excluded, but stated we were under the impression the request was for other departments and that there were no files to turn over. I will show shortly that as a false statement. Page 3 is an email from Mandy Nagu, who works in the office of Mayor London Breed, and dated August 2nd, 2022. The email was not turned over in a timely manner and still has not been turned over by the mayor's office. With this email, the mayor's office placed me on surveillance technology that attempts to influence me daily with voice data that is unsolicited, illegal, and unethical. Page 4 is an email from Hank Heckel to me, Chris Klein, stating that my request was received for all data, voice data, email, etc., and that the mayor's office was invoking a 14-day extension under California Government Code 7922.535A and San Francisco Admin Code 67.25B. As of March 5th, 2024, the mayor's office has not turned over any files, emails, or data that was collected on me, Chris Klein. Page 5 through 8 is SurveyMonkey acceptable uses policy. All system and apps that use emails and phone numbers have similar acceptable uses policy. Please note on page 6, section A, in which by using email and phone technology, you could alter a person's situational awareness unlawfully. You may not use the services to commit an unlawful activity or use the services for activities which use or failure of the services could lead to physical damage, death, mental harm, or personal injury. The mayor's office has failed to turn over the data requested because one or more instances have occurred and would automatically bring enforcement actions upon those responsible. Pages 7 and 8, section L talks about health compliance and protection of protected health information as defined in 45 CFR section 160.103 under United States regulations. The mayor's office has collected protected health information which was not accurate and used it against me and others around me. The mayor's office does not want to turn over the data nor delete the false data and continues to use it against me, which would result in enforcement actions. Pages 9 and 10 are just several system and apps used by the mayor's office that uses email and phone numbers to send voice data and collect voice data. That's not including the other departments and other agencies that allow the mayor's office to use it. This is just what the mayor's office lists. This information is requested as early 2023 and was just turned over today, March 5th, 2024. However, no data collected has been turned over. I hereby respectively request that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force grant the appeal in favor of Chris Klein. And I believe that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. We have 5 minutes for Mr. Heckel when he's ready.
You ready?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair Yankee, members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. I'm Hank Heckel, Compliance Officer in Mayor Breed's office, here to respond to the motion for reconsideration from Mr. Ward Klein. Just to briefly recap the background of this case, Mr. Ward Klein sent a number of requests to various departments last year relating to purported surveillance technology and uses of different software and programs by departments in relation to him. The mayor's office was CC'd on those requests, so our position was always that we didn't understand ourselves to be a recipient of those requests. And then he had a number of complaints under the 23013 file number. That's why there's alphabetical letters next to them, because they were sort of the same complaint sent to multiple departments. Ours was 23013C. So anyway, the outcome of that case, as you know, was no violation was found because we weren't found to be a recipient of the complaints. And we also, we did inform Mr. Ward Klein in the context of these complaints that the mayor's office didn't have any such records, that, we don't use surveillance systems or programs, so we didn't have any of the types of records he was seeking. The motion for reconsideration doesn't raise any new facts or evidence or matters of law that I can see that have any bearing on the matter. Just to quickly respond to a couple points, Mr. Ward Klein referred to an email from Mandy New, who does work in our office. That's from August 2nd, 2022. And if you look in the file, that was Mr. Ward Klein emailed our office and a number of the members of the Board of Supervisors, and it's actually the original text of his email is cut off, but it seems from the subject line and from Mandy New's response that he was just inquiring about the status of the city's response to the monkeypox outbreak at that time. And our office provided a response on efforts of the mayor and DPH to address that and obtain monkeypox vaccine and so on. So, this exchange is not a sunshine request. It's not, even if it's not a response of record to his later request in 2023, which had to do with surveillance. I think Mr. Ward Klein is trying to make the point that Outlook email is somehow a surveillance tool, or that it's used by the mayor's office to surveil him or others. I think we're all familiar with Outlook. I can say again unequivocally, the mayor's office does not use Outlook email for surveillance purposes. So I don't view that as relevant or any basis for reconsideration. He also refers in page 4 of his appeal letter in the attachments, there's an email from me to him. So this is actually I was a little confused by this because this is from February 20th, 2024. So this is actually, he had sent a new sunshine request to our office in February of 2024, which isn't in the packet, but he was submitting an inventory of the city's enterprise software systems. The email he's referring to was our initial response, which took a 2-week extension to respond. And it's not in the file, but we did eventually respond and provide him a link to the city's inventory of enterprise systems, which I believe is maintained through the city administrator's office and COIT. And that's kind of a useful resource for Mr. Klein in terms of the types of issues he's interested in. But in any case, it's not relevant to the original case because it was sent a year after the original request. It was sent after this task force already resolved the complaint. So it has nothing to do with the underlying complaint. And it's, just for your information, we did respond to that new request, but that new request has nothing to do with the original matter. So we submit there's just nothing new in the record, and we would respectfully submit that the task force should maintain the determination
of no violation and close the matter again. And, we're happy to work with Mr. Ward-Klein on any new requests that he sends.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hackle.
Thank you very much.
Okay, members, any thoughts on how we should proceed on this one?
Just a point of information, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
Where in our packet is the hour order of determination? I can't.
An item.
The problem
Back
is
on
it's
item
one of those that has not yet been finalized because of the errors that have been ongoing. It was, well, if you go back, the draft was in part of item number 3, but we continued that item. So there is no final order determination yet.
Okay.
Member Popo?
Couple of things. I'm open to persuasion, but at this point, I am inclined to agree that there is not new information presented that might materially change our determination or decision previously on this particular matter. I would agree that if Mr. Ward-Klein has a new complaint to bring with new information, that he can certainly do that. Let me just ask Mr. Heckle for a moment. The inventory of citywide enterprise systems of record as relates to the mayor's office that was in the packet, pages 9 and 10 on the bottom that you've seen in the packet, page 189, among other places. I think it's duplicated somewhere.
Okay. I
that
appreciate
particular
that.
list.
That's useful, helpful.
All right.
context.
Anyway, that particular list, as I looked at those listed systems, all of those appear to me to relate to MOHCD and not the core mayor's office. Does that seem about right to you?
Yes, I believe that's right.
Okay. So it does not appear, under the best of circumstances, that any of these systems are systems that the mayor's office uses at City Hall. This is all housing related.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do think, to Mr. Ward-Klein, I think what had been a relatively consistent and straightforward understanding of what is a disclosable record, what is not disclosable due to privacy concerns, what's a protected health information, what is surveillance technology. Those nice ideas have, to some degree, gotten fuzzed up recently. I think there's still some definitions that apply, but I'm becoming a little more appreciative of the overlap of some of these and their application. I did note, for what it's worth, the 60 Minutes report on Sunday about the use of whatever technology that is as relates to the State Department and the Defense Department and all that. So there may be some systems that are affecting us, but in any event, I don't see that there's information provided here that would change the outcome on this particular case. And unless anyone else feels otherwise, I'm happy to move to deny the reconsideration request.
Comment.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah. So, I pretty much agree with Member Popel's assertion on this. I mean, this is more of a privacy issue than a sunshine issue under the Prop B Charter Amendment, I think, with regards to third-party systems that are being used that might reveal or I guess that Charter Amendment was to help protect people's privacy, not to be shared or used in a certain way. I have if I might, can I ask a question of one of the parties?
Sure.
Mr. Ward-Klein, if you don't mind, you state that there was that I think you said the city attorney had said that stated that the emails were exempted under Chapter 19B. Is that correct?
Correct. So the Committee of Information Technology, they approve or disapprove this through the Board of Supervisors as well. So email marketing, and email marketing is basically how they collect information. So that's basically goes to the COIT and the Board of Supervisors to either say, yes, this is surveillance technology that's protected or doesn't need to be disclosed. Does that answer your question?
No, actually, my follow-up to that is Chapter 19B of what? Of the city charter, of a certain code?
City administrative
law?
That's the surveillance code of the city charter, I believe. It's basically the enforcement portion of the Sunshine Task Force.
Bruce, San Francisco Administrative Code.
Yeah.
Section.
Okay.
Correct.
Chapter 19B.
Right. Okay.
And then, so the emails are surveillance equipment because with email marketing, they collect data. So that is in the definition of surveillance.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. And you use the term situational awareness. How are you using that in this context?
So situational awareness.
Real fast, is this about new information regarding the reconsideration?
Well, that was he brought that up as part of his testimony for new information. So that's why I'm asking. I'm not quite sure what that means in this context. I understand situational awareness.
Member Highland, do you have a
Chair Yankee, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Member Pilpil made a motion, and before someone got a chance to second, Member Wolf jumped in. So I'd like to second the motion he made.
I'm asking a question of the petitioner before a motion could be made, because that could affect the motion.
Right. It was already made though, Bruce, and
It doesn't require that we wait for a second. I asked to have a discussion with the petitioners. It's how our regular process works.
Well, I'd like to second that motion.
Was that a motion, Member Pilpel?
Sure.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor. Moved by Member Pilpel, second by Member Highland to not grant reconsideration. Okay, Member Wolf, I'm going to get back to you to finish
This
your
is
question.
out of order, Mr. Chair. We don't. Our process does not work that way. So I just would like to know what the term situational awareness means in this context, since you brought this up as part of your assertion, Mr. Ward Klein, that that it involves new information.
Sure. So situational awareness is every company, every agency has situational awareness software. It's how we function. It's when you go to one company to another company, it changes. When you work for Target, it changes when you go to Walmart because of the terminology. It's in the messaging. It's how you speak. It's our communication. So I'm going to reference back to the data, SF data, where it says clearly from the mayor's office, and all these systems use situational awareness to collect data. So when you send a survey, it's not an operator asking you the questions. It's technology sending the messages to you. So you're at home, it's rhetoric. What you're hearing is rhetoric. And so situational awareness is if you're doing a survey, it guides you to tell the truth. Otherwise, the surveys would not be worth anything because you could just lie on the surveys.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are you done, Member Wolf?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? We have a motion on the floor.
I just want to be clear about the motion.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, moved by Member Pilpel, seconded by Member Highland.
Yes.
Is that correct? To move for no reconsideration.
To not grant reconsideration.
To deny the reconsideration request.
Deny the reconsideration request. Okay, not seeing any other members with questions. I think we can move to public comment on that. Not seeing anyone here. I think we can move to remote public comment.
We have no callers in the queue.
We have no callers. Okay. We'll go ahead and close public comment. And Cheryl, when you're ready, if you could take the roll on that.
There are no public comments.
Yep, I close public comment. We're waiting for you to call the roll.
Oh, okay. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 8 in favor, 2 absent.
Okay. Thank you to the parties for joining us. There's no objection. Why don't we call maybe a 10-minute recess here for Cheryl to take a break and Pat to take a break, and we can all use the rest of the stand up. And we'll continue on the way at, so we'll reconvene at 6:45. Thank you. You can turn back.
weren't there that often. They only met with her.
Okay, we're back at 6:49. Is the recording restarted, Cheryl?
I don't think it was ever turned off. We just turned off the mics.
Oh, you did not stop the recording? Can you verify? Oh, okay. All right. And I see Member Wolf has his cam back on. Everyone in the room is present as well. So all 8 of us are here. I think we can go ahead and proceed to item number 8. And I'm going to ask Cheryl, it's in part A and a part B, to ask you to call those 2 subsections together. So we'll call the entire thing.
Both those cases together?
Together, yeah.
Shall I begin?
Yep.
Okay. Item number 8. Item A, file number 22027, hearing on the status of the order of determination. Complaint filed by John Templeton against the Planning Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.7, 67.21, and 67.29-7 by failing to post an agenda containing a meaningful description of each item of business to be transacted or discussed at the meeting, failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and/or complete manner, and failing to maintain and preserve all documents in a professional manner. On July 6, 2022, the task force moved to find that the Planning Department and Planning Department head Rich Hillis are in violation of Administrative Code Section 6721B as in boy for failing to provide records in a timely manner, 67.29-7 for the department head failing to maintain records in a professional and businesslike manner, including all documents, agendas, and correspondence from 2006 to 2009, and orders the department to supply the responsive records within 5 business days to the complainant. On February 27, 2024, the Compliance and Amendments Committee referred the matter to the task force for further proceedings. Item number 8B, file number 22028, hearing on the status of the order of determination, complaint filed by John Templeton against the Historic Preservation Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.7, 67.21, and 67.29-7 by failing to post an agenda containing a meaningful description of each item of business to be transacted or discussed at the meeting, failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner, and failing to maintain and preserve all documents in a professional manner. On July 6, 2022, the task force moved to find a violation of Section 6721B as in boy for failure to timely respond to the document request and order that the Historic Preservation Commission go back and produce those documents that would respond to the initial request, and that the records disclosure shall include all items that were submitted with the intake of the complaint. Order of determination issued and approved on November 1, 2023. On February 27, 2024, the Compliance and Amendments Committee referred the matter to the task force for further proceeding.
Okay, this looks like it was recently heard for compliance purposes by the Compliance and Amendments Committee. Typically, I would have the chair give us a summary, but Member LaPut isn't here, so I don't know if either Member Pelpel, Member Wolf, or Member Anderson wants to give us a quick summary of what they did in CAC and what they think we might be able to accomplish tonight. Any volunteers?
While I'm digesting, Member Anderson, do you want to?
Member Wolf?
I don't seem to have notes. I did not take notes for that one. Hold on a second.
All right. If I may.
Go ahead, Member Pelpel.
What I remember is that we had a hearing. Planning Department did not attend. Mr. Templeton did. He gave us a very good summary of the history of this and the work that he's done on developing, I'm trying to remember the term, an historic district and all the documentation relative to historical resource evaluations under the planning code. And his contention that the Planning Department and the Historic Preservation Commission did not sufficiently respond to requests, and the manner in which they did respond was somehow did not comply, and that he and his associates have filed legal claims elsewhere. And I'm trying to remember with what body. Member Anderson, do you remember? Anyway, has filed legal claims elsewhere and wanted some of this documentation to support those claims. And in the absence of the planning department to explain, we sent it to the task force for further proceedings, understanding that if we hear from planning today and are satisfied that progress is being made, that either we could end it, continue it, do various things, or that we would have the option to refer it to ethics or elsewhere if we were unsatisfied. That was my sense. Member Anderson, does that sound about right?
Member Wolf,
We
did
should
you have
hear from
anything?
both sides.
Yeah, I heard it. That sounds about right.
Okay. So do we have Mr. Templeton and someone from Planning and Historic Preservation?
Okay, Jonas Ionin is online, and
Okay.
he is from that
For
department.
both. Okay. Since we've heard this multiple times, I'm just going to give each side 3 minutes, since this is not a technical rehearing or anything. This is just an update. So we'll go ahead and start with you, Mr. Templeton. We'll give you 3 minutes just to brief the full task force about where things are at, and we'll do the same for Mr. Ionin.
Could I have 6 since it's two sections?
How about 5?
We'll do 5. We'll do 5.
Okay.
Are you ready,
At
sir?
practice for Friday.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. This is the 8th time this has come before you, and I'm honored that the previous 7 times you have found in my favor, the last 5 times unanimously. Essentially, what you found in your order of determination was that the proceedings in 2007 were not preserved. So, it's a sort of a inside baseball kind of thing. They're basically saying that your 2007 order of determination and the proceedings that caused it to happen didn't happen. And so I would call your attention to in the third file in the agenda to a March 28th email from Diane Matsuda to Andrea Ruiz Esquido and Vicky Wong with the city attorney's office, and Mr. Ionin, Mr. Hillis, and Mr. Sucre. So at the last hearing, the outstanding issue was why hadn't they supplied the document? So this email basically responds to the original request, which was filed after we had already filed a $14.3 million civil rights claim with the controller and the city attorney. And the email basically understands the significance of the May 1st grant agreement with Allen Community Development Corporation, which they have not supplied to this day, right? And so she's basically telling them, and my understanding of the Sunshine Ordinance is, we don't have to have a reason to ask for anything. So she's saying, well, he's asking for this because he's trying to support the fact that there was a May 1st grant agreement. So if you read behind the lines, they're basically telling them, don't find anything that supports his claim. And so this is what has occurred. And so moving forward, after we got the order of determination, we copied the order of determination verbatim, filed it with the California Civil Rights Department. And so they then said, in their response, which took us a while to get, that not only did the 2007 order determination not happen, but that the 2022 orders determination didn't happen either. So their defense was that they were complying with the Sunshine Ordinance when you had 3 orders of determination that were contrary to that. So just to give some background on it, this is a book, The Bonds of Inequality, that's the Organization of American Historians award winner. And out of all the planning departments in the country, they chose San Francisco Planning Department as the most racist in the country. And they basically go chapter and verse over the last 7 decades about how this agency's purpose has been to eradicate the city's Black population. I mean, I watched it and I was amazed by the detail that they had. And so, so part of what we asked for was the information on the unusual way that Rich Hillis went from being planning commission chairman to planning director, essentially appointed himself to the job. We never got any of that data. We never got any of the data on the utilization of African-American businesses. So after the first hearing, we never got anything.
That's your 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the respondent, and they can have 5 minutes as well to respond to where they see things are at with both of these files.
Good evening, Jonas Ionin for the Planning Department, and the Historic Preservation Commission, I guess, is also listed here. First off, I want to apologize for not attending the committee hearing. Quite honestly, it just completely slipped my mind. I had it on my calendar, and for some reason, it just slipped my mind. In any case, from what I can try to discern from the number of pages associated with this complaint, is that the complainant is still contending that we have not provided them with a grant agreement signed by Richard Hillis in 2008 and by Reverend Edgar Boyd at the Mayor's Office of Economic and Workforce Development, and or information on the utilization of Black-owned businesses from 2006 to 2022, the information on the selection of Richard Hillis as director of the Department of Planning, and the schedules of Director Hillis and former Director Ram. My understanding is that we've provided everything within our possession, our meaning the planning departments, and that includes the Historic Preservation Commission, as well as Director Hillis and former Director Ram. I can't speak to the Mayor's Office of Economic Workforce Development documents that are not in our possession. And I can't speak to the issue of records associated with utilization of Black-owned businesses from 2006 to 2022. The requester needs to be a little bit more specific as to what documents actually we failed to provide him with. I'm really unclear. We've received multiple requests from this requester. We have done our due diligence in multiple means to try to satisfy and provide, again, everything within our possession. after the last determination to provide information. We sent an email to him as well as to your office, and Cheryl was CC'd with the response. So at this point, I'm really not sure what else we can do. We've done exhaustive searches on multiple times using Mr. Templeton's name, using eDiscovery, and so I'm a bit of a loss here now. And it seems to me that Mr. Templeton, with all due respect, is seeking your support in his civil rights case against the department and Mr. Hillis.
Does that conclude your comments?
It does.
Okay. Just didn't want to cut you off. Okay. So we've heard from both Mr. Templeton and a representative from the city. I don't know if we have questions. I'll turn it over to everyone. Member Popo?
So to Mr. Templeton, I appreciate your analysis of history, and we're both a bit long-winded, and that's okay. Can you tell us briefly what it is that you would like, whether we do it or not, what is it that you would like this task force to do at this point in time? You heard from Mr. Ionin just now about what they've done or can do and what they feel they can't do. What is it that you're asking us to do right now?
Well, I guess under
Sir?
Section 6734, basically would like a declaration that there's willful noncompliance. He has come on and given every excuse in the book. He said that he skipped his mind, but if you look at the email, he told Ms. Leger, we're not going to attend. So he just lied to you right now. So part of why we want you to refer this to the Board of Supervisors, and I went by and talked to President Peskin staff, and they're basically have the agenda and follow up with them afterward, is that these folks are fatally compromised. About 5 years ago, I was expert witness in the Avatar case, and for fragmented literal similarities. And so James Cameron had the biggest lawyer in Hollywood come in for the deposition. He walked in with 5 boxes, everything I'd ever written. They spent 5 hours trying to impeach me as a witness before they gave up and invited me to dinner. So, but they're not only fatally compromised in this case, but any case that involves the planning department or historic preservation, because they sent a false statement to the California Civil Rights Department that they were complying with the Sunshine Ordinance, and you have determined 3 times that they weren't.
All right. So again, we could go on for a while. Let me try to be clear.
Mm-hmm.
I am not interested in either advantaging or disadvantaging you in relation to your complaint with the state or any other interaction that you're having with the planning department. I'm just trying to figure out if there's anything else that the task force can do, can't do, should do, shouldn't do in relation to these 2 matters. You have orders of determination from the task force from 2007, 2008, 2022, whenever, right?
Yeah.
Those aren't changing. Those are, black and white. Sorry, black and white. There you go. We just heard from Mr. Ionin. If he hasn't already, we can ask him to recap that in yet another email to you with a copy to us, saying what they have provided and what they have and could, provide again, and what they don't have because it's not in their possession because those are MOHCD records. If that's helpful, we can ask him to do that. And, I'm not speaking for Mr. Ionin, but he may well say, yep, we can, produce an email that just says what we have without producing any new records. But I'm not yet convinced that we should move this matter to the Board of Supervisors, to ethics, to the DA, to anybody else as relates to the records issue that you brought before the task force.
Well, this is,
In all due respect, sir, I don't think that was the question.
Yeah.
We need to have a deliberation amongst ourselves. If we need more information from you or from Mr. Ionin, we'll let you know.
Okay. So then maybe to Mr. Ionin, Jonas, what I just related about sort of a recapping email, is that something that you're open to doing without producing any new records, simply memorializing the statement that you just gave about what you've provided, what the department has, and what you don't have because those are MOHCD records? Is that something that you'd be open to?
I mean, sure, we could. I mean, we're sort of going around in circles at this point, though. With all due respect, we've sort of done this repeatedly. We've got tons of emails trying to respond to Mr. Templeton's request and trying to clarify what Mr. Templeton is seeking.
Understood.
But we take another crack at it and provide you with everything that we have again in a zip file and everything that we've provided to Mr. Templeton one more time. If that serves any benefit, I'm not sure what that does. And just for the sake of Mr. Templeton, understand, my back and forth with Cheryl was one of frustration, because I just certainly was not aware that closed cases could simply just be reopened again just because someone says that I didn't get something, because it's impossible for me to prove that, we're withholding information. It's just not possible to do that. So it's just frustrating to me that we're sort of going around in circles on the same subject matter over and over again. Mr. Templeton's not satisfied. We're frustrated because we feel we've done everything we possibly can to respond to his requests, and we're still in the same situation. It's sort of like nothing has actually even occurred.
Understood. And again, I'm not trying to insert the task force into whatever matters of dispute that you guys have in a different venue. Nor was I asking you to produce records that you've already produced. Why
don't we move on? Because that's not in order yet. Let's hear from some other members.
Okay. I'm just asking you to think about memorializing the statement that you made, like in a couple of sentences or a couple of paragraphs about what you've done and what you haven't done, to leave it at that, even if it reiterates what's ground that's already been covered. I'll defer.
Okay. Other members, what are your thoughts? Member Schmidt.
Mr. Templeton, are you requesting that we move your case, that we refer to the Ethics Commission because we see some evidence of willful misconduct?
Well, that is what's in the ordinance. I would suggest the Board of Supervisors, but that's sort of up to you to decide. But the point I wanted to make in the Sunshine Ordinance is
so you want us to do something with the case to send it somewhere else?
Yeah.
You prefer the Board of Supervisors?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're looking for us to act on a sort of a more general authority, because there's nothing in the Sunshine Ordinance that talks about sending anything to the board, I don't think. And so you believe that there's
your authority comes from the Board of Supervisors.
You think there's willful failure here?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, in a nutshell, describe which failure here you believe is willful?
Sure. One of the things in the Sunshine Ordinance is that the fact that another department has data is not an excuse, right? And so in this particular case, on November 29th, when we were promised the data.
So you were referred to a different department?
No, in the conversation, we discussed who had data, and they both said John Lau at Mayor's Office of Economic and Workforce Development has the data. So they knew who had the data. And so the significance of this March 28th email was this is 5 months later, and she had never asked him for the data.
So that's a willful failure.
That's a willful failure.
Is the failure to reach out to the mayor's office to get that data?
They knew where it was.
Okay. Okay.
And to this date, they haven't gotten it from him. I called him in March. He gave it to me in 1 day.
Okay. And so is there any other, if you did get that from the mayor's office in 1 day, is there any other substantive information that?
Well, the one he gave me was a draft and it didn't have a signature on it.
Okay. So you want the one that's got a signature on it. Okay. Got it. All right. I think that answers my question. Thank you.
And keep in mind, he's saying he's frustrated.
I think that's probably enough.
I can't have each party adding additional commentary, just questions for now. Okay. Anyone else, members?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, Mr. Templeton, you mentioned that are you in an active civil rights case at this time?
Well, we have 2 3-year rights to sue from the California Civil Rights Department.
And do you have the ability to make subpoena?
We would have to go to a court. What we want to do is to, our main objective is that we have 5 National Register nominations that they are refusing to put on the agenda. And so our main
who's your complaint? Who's your complaint with? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Who's your civil rights complaint with?
The California Civil Rights Department.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And out of that process, they looked at it and they gave us rights to sue. So our next step would be to go to a court.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Members, any thoughts on how to proceed on this one?
As I said earlier, I'm not yet convinced to move it elsewhere. I am inclined to ask Mr. Ionin to just memorialize briefly what they've done, not to provide any additional records, and just to, sort of recap the history, or at least the recent history, on these particular files only. I don't think that any requests subsequent to the filing date here are relevant to these particular complaints. And to the extent that this is being litigated elsewhere, that's fine. Let that venue be the place where, that part of it plays out. I am, for example, not persuaded that, other than saying that OEWD may have records in some conversation, that failure to follow up by planning somehow is a violation, let alone a willful violation outside of the scope of this particular complaint. I'm not saying that they shouldn't have done that. I'm not saying anything about that. My understanding is that was not within the scope of this complaint that the task force determined, just under 2 years ago. So I'm interested in a limited resolution of this and hopefully ending it. And if there's a new complaint to be brought, Mr. Templeton can certainly bring a new complaint. That's what I'm thinking right now. But again, I'm open to other approaches.
Member Schmidt?
I would say that in this case, I believe that we need to just tell Mr. Templeton that we have limited powers here. And I think we really have reached the extent of what we can do. I know we have a power under 67.34 to do some type of a referral to the Ethics Commission. I'm not sure if there's anything else left other than that we really have power to do on this case. We did have the power to give you the orders that we did. I'm not quite sure if I would be able to vote to send on this one in terms of whether I see willfulness, whether I see evidence of willful misconduct, which I believe would possibly justify a referral to ethics. I know we don't really do ethics referrals under 67.34, except in the exceptional kind of situation that we do encounter, I don't know, maybe once a year. But I just don't see it here. I don't see the type of disregard that we've seen in other cases that we have used 67.34. And I don't think that anything would result here if it was sent over to ethics. So that's sort of my thinking on this matter.
Thank you, Member Schmidt. I'm pretty much at the same place you are on this one. I think it's difficult for us when we have the respondent who says that they've turned over everything they could turn over. And not that we, there's very little that we can do beyond that because we don't have subpoena powers beyond issuing the orders that we issued. I think we kind of hit a dead end and it's hard for us to go beyond that. I think, probably for your sake, if you feel there's more that needs to be done here, I don't think it's with us. It may be with a court, and that's described in, section 6735, and it talks about you can go to court and get an, injunctive relief and have a court become involved. And I think tying it up further in hearings here is not going to further your cause. So I'm more inclined on this one to close the files, not with any type of prejudice, not saying that, the respondent did or did not comply. More so just that there's nothing further that we can do enforcement wise. I tend to agree with Member Schmidt on this, that particularly it's very difficult when you have a respondent who's saying that we've turned over everything we have to say that there's willful failure, because that willful failure, they have to knowingly be violating. And if they're saying that they comply, and now again, I'm not saying we do or don't believe, or I personally do or don't believe them, but that's the official position they've made. So that's kind of where I'm at on this one. I don't know if anyone else has thoughts.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Just a clarification. In the B complaint, did we take any action around the 67.7 issue? No, quite.
No, we issued one of them. We had two motions. One of them we had one motion, because I was going back and looking at the ODs. Let me see if I can pull it up again. I can tell you exactly what it is we did. A moment.
Yeah, this one.
Because one of them we was a motion to go a little bit further, and it did not pass.
It was only, it's only 21B.
Right. Yeah. So.
Yeah. Yeah, didn't take up the failing to allow public comment. There's under 15. Okay. All right. Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it.
Yeah, there was a motion for a violation on one, and this was on 22028. There was a motion made in July when we heard it as a full task force to find a violation of 6715A for failing to provide members of the public an opportunity to speak during public comment, even though that wasn't a violation that was alleged. And the initial complaint and that failed on a 4-6 vote.
Right. I got the OD now. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, and Mr. Templeton, I think your work is very important. And so please don't take any of my words to be contrary to that. Sometimes I think we need to tell you that we can't do anything further for you in order to save your time as to save our time. I just don't know if there's anything, we may have authority to do something further, say under 34. I don't think we do. But even if we did, often things that do get sent to ethics, or if we try to send something to the Board of Supervisors, I don't know if you'd really end up getting much out of that, as a matter of fact. And that's even if you have the ability to push something in that direction, I think it may just be an effort that results in nothing for you, just as a matter of
basically all I'm looking for is a determination that they haven't complied.
Yeah, and you have that already. That's what that was the thing that we gave you already in the case, that they have not complied, and we've determined it. If you do end up going into a litigation, all of these things can be brought up there within the scope of the litigation. And so they make their own determinations, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
But I know you're not at that level yet. You're waiting for, I know you have letters that you may or may not file based upon.
Yeah. So like I said, all I was requesting, and it really doesn't matter who you send it to, but just to confirm the choice of the Compliance and Amendments Committee that they haven't complied. And there's been nothing said today that changes the fact they didn't send anything since that first submission.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Templeton. To keep things moving, I'm just going to make a motion here. If someone disagrees and wants to make an alternate motion, feel free. I'm going to make a motion to close files 22027 and 22028 without prejudice, which means that essentially we're going to end the process here. But the orders that we already have issued to you, those stand, and if you want to use those for additional proceedings, that's there for you to use. So that would be my motion.
I would second that.
Okay, so seconded by Member Anderson. Members, any comments on that before we move to public comment? Go ahead, Member Popo.
Can I just ask, and you can say no or maybe, could we perhaps add to that, asking Mr. Ionin to just memorialize his comments in an email? Are you open to that?
I'm not. I don't think that's appropriate at this point. I'm just want to, if he wants to do that, they can, but I don't think that just extends this further. But if he doesn't, now it's another compliance amendments issue.
Yeah, it's just,
I agree with Chair Yankee.
All right. My motion is going to be what my motion is.
Fine.
Yeah.
That's
So
fine.
that's right.
I can support that. I would, I guess,
If you want to personally ask him to,
I
feel
want to
free,
encourage Mr. Ionin to memorialize those comments in an email to Mr. Templeton, copy to the task force. I think that would be clean and nice. Not asking him to generate any new records, to just simply write up what he said to us a few minutes ago. That's all. But I can support the motion, and somehow I suspect that we may see Mr. Templeton again someday, which would be fine. I mean, unfortunate, but it would be whatever. It is what it is. Thanks.
Okay. Any other comments from members before we Move to public comment. Not seen any hand. Okay, let's go ahead and move to public comment on that.
Administrator Peterson says we have one person in the queue.
Go ahead.
Mr. Warfield.
All right.
Mr. Warfield, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, hang on a second. We can start you in a moment. Are you ready, sir?
Yes, I am. Just let me know when to start.
Okay. You may begin.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California 94117-0544. We're not a part of this and haven't kept up particularly on this. I don't know that we have any objection to taking your steps. I'm fascinated by the case. What I wanted to say was that I haven't heard any comment by the task force with respect to something that the Planning Commission representative said. And that is, it sounded to me as though he was sort of dismissive and perhaps trying a little bit to delegitimize what was happening by saying he thought that this was just being done to, in some fashion, buttress a case, a civil rights case, or a case in law outside of the task force. And I think that that's a very inappropriate remark. Folks are supposed to be able to have their rights respected without having to give an explanation or a reason or a justification for wanting it. They're supposed to have their rights respected regardless of what their purpose is. And their purpose isn't something that's a condition that has to be approved by the respondent as to whether the request is legitimate or is going to be responded to or is going to be answered, and so on and so forth. So I think that that's something that we sometimes hear, whether it's personal characterizations or whether it's some kind of a characterization. I think that the task force should really stand up for the public with regard to such kind of comments and make it clear that those comments are not really appropriate in terms of what's going on with respect to the legalities and the rights of the complainant. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Do we have any other public commenters? No other callers? No other callers. Okay. So we'll go ahead and close public comment. I don't see any hands from the members, so I think we're ready for a vote on that motion. So Sheriff, you can call the roll.
Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 2 absences and 8 in favor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Templeton, for joining us. And thank you to you, Mr. Ionin.
Thanks for the history lesson.
Sorry?
Thanks for the history lesson.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we're ready for item number 9.
So she's, oh. How do we call this? She just The library has dropped offline.
Well, if they're not going to be here, they're not going to be here.
On item 9, file number 23034, but
Why don't we do this? Why don't we call the item first officially, and then we'll get to that, just so it's clear we're on that item.
Let me do that right now.
You want to take 10 and 11 out of order?
Sorry.
Bring it forth.
Ready?
Go ahead and
Okay. Item number 9, file number 23034, complaint filed by Library Users Association against Margot Schaub, Michael Lambert, and the San Francisco Public Library for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721A by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and or complete manner, and 67.21L by failing to allow inspection and copying of documentary public information stored in electronic form, which shall be made available to the person requesting the information in any form requested, which is available or easily generated by the department, its officers, or employees, including disc, tape, printout, or monitor, at a charge no greater than the cost of the media on which it is duplicated. On July 18, 2023, the complaint committee referred the matter to the task force, finding that the records are public, the task force has jurisdiction, and for hearing with no recommendation.
Okay, so Administrator Peterson, did you have an update for us?
hello, caller with area code 415735. Are you here to speak on matter number 9?
I see an M. Schaub. Okay. Who's raising their hand?
Caller 415735, we're placing you on mute, please.
Okay, so it looks like we have her. Then
415735 has their hand raised.
let's go ahead and see who they are.
Hello, are you caller 415753? 735? 735.
Hello, caller. You're unmuted. Okay, so Margot Schaub the panelist, and then let's get Mr. Warfield as the panelist.
Mr. Warfield, are you still with us?
Feel like a talk radio host? Caller line 4, go ahead.
Okay, great. I think we have both the petitioner and respondent here. It looks like this went to the complaint committee. So before we begin our presentations, I'll turn it over to Member Schmidt to give us a quick summary.
Yeah, we had no recommendation on this. The Library Users Association made a records request. It seems that there was a production and it included producing documents online, but also leaving a copy of documents at the office to be picked up by the petitioner. And it seems like petitioner appeared to try to get that. Maybe it wasn't given to the petitioner, and I guess it was on a Friday. The complaint seems to focus on the petitioner wanted to speak with certain people, wanted to meet with the head librarian, and then I guess he was told to come back on Monday. He came back on Monday. I'm not quite sure, but we may see from hearing the presentation. I'm not quite sure which of these events are alleged to be violations of various provisions of the ordinance. That's all.
Okay. So let's go ahead and begin the hearing process here. We'll start with the petitioner, Mr. Warfield, and he'll have 5 minutes. So if you can let him know when the timer's ready and when he's unmuted and when he can begin for us.
Once again, can you hear me? This is Peter Warfield.
Yes, we can, Mr. Warfield.
And is it clear? Is it okay?
Yep, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Mr. Warfield, are you ready to begin your statement?
We have 5 minutes to present, then the other side, and then we have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Correct.
That's
is
correct.
the other side here, and will I have rebuttal if they're not here?
No, the other side is present. The
Is
library is
present.
present.
All right, and I wanted to talk about some housekeeping things, but I'm not sure that that's, it's outside of the content. But
No, we need to move on to the presentation. So you'll have 5 minutes. If you want to talk about it during your 5 minutes, that's okay. We're not going to do additional time.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, Mr. Warfield, are you ready?
I am.
Go ahead, sir.
This is Peter Warfield, Executive Director, Library Users Association, Library Users 2004 at yahoo.com, and P.O. Box 170544, San Francisco, California, 94117-0544. I think I mentioned some problems with technical problems, last-minute changes to the agenda, and so on. I'm sorry to say that the summary that's inside the complaint that was created by somebody other than us is not really very accurate, and certainly the agenda is different from what it was in July and somewhat uninformative. This is a complaint about access to getting information in person from the library. And I think it's very simple and very clear. If you look on page 23034, number 5, we lay it out pretty simply. We're concerned that we were turned away when we went to the city librarian's office to look at and possibly pick up, which is kind of what we expected, the response to an immediate disclosure request. And basically what we were looking for was, what did the library provide to the public in the way of publicity material for the Night of Ideas that was accessible to somebody coming into a library without a computer, without technology, but basically visible with bare eyes. We had been to the main library and a number of branches prior to this biggest blowout event of the year, a whole late night, early night starting and late night ending program that took up the entire library, was co-sponsored with others and had a budget of approximately $168,000, we found out, to happen. But we didn't see any publicity whatsoever in any of the locations that we went into for quite a run-up time, and I was trying to understand what happened. Where was the publicity? Ultimately, as I understand it, there was basically one flyer that was sent in quantities, one copy each, to presumably each branch. So this complaint is not an analysis or a comment on the content of the response. It is about access to the library. So what happened on Friday, March 10th, in the week following Night of Ideas, I had made a request for the documents as you can see within the documentation. I'd be glad to answer questions and quote you exactly. We went to the city librarian's office shortly after 4:30, and the door was closed. We knocked. The chief financial officer was there. I said, "Do you have something for us?" Because the library had already responded 2 days earlier that the request was closed, and the request was clearly that we wanted to come to the office and look and see what was provided in the way I've described. The chief financial officer went away from the door, leaving us outside in the hallway, came back with an envelope. I left, figuring it was what we'd asked for, and instead it was the Library Commission agenda packet for the next week's Library Commission meeting. So I went back to the library, the city librarian's suite of offices, which is his office, 2 other offices, and a great big foyer, which is intended for public. I've been going there for way more than 2 decades, and routinely done business there regarding information requests and examination and so on. The city librarian came to the door, opened it a crack and said he couldn't come back Monday, is what he said. He wouldn't talk about anything or provide anything. So that was a lack of access to getting what we normally would get, which is something to look at, something to take away, anything, but not nothing. So we came back on Monday. We got a lot of stuff from Margot Schaub, who was responding on his behalf to our immediate disclosure requests. There were 2 of them, one for the material and one for how it was distributed. And after giving us a lot of stuff about, we should go and look online and go and whatnot, I quoted the law and said, you don't have to make an appointment. And she said she would not print out anything, wait 15 minutes. And then I said, I'll come back another time. And she wouldn't do it without an appointment.
Thanks, Mr. Warfield. Your time's up. Okay. Let's go ahead and move over to Margot Schaub, who's here to represent the respondent.
Let me know when I can start. Sorry, Cheryl.
Don't worry about it. Are you ready to begin?
I'm ready.
Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm Margot Schaub with the San Francisco Public Library, and I just want to say that what Mr. Warfield's saying, his allegations are factually incorrect with the experience that we had. The day that he's talking about having access with Michael Lambert, he came to the office after 5, and as Mr. Warfield just said, he's been visiting the city librarian's office for years, so he knows that the city librarian's office closes at 5 on weekdays. We did provide him with all of the responsive documents that he requested through email and next request. And as I said in my response letter, when he came to the office, he asked for printouts of everything we had already supplied him with over email and next request. And I said, you can access any of that information on any computer and print out. But if you'd like to come back in 15 minutes, I'm happy to print it out for you. So I didn't require him to make an appointment. He just said he couldn't wait 15 minutes and he left. So it wasn't that we were requiring him to make an appointment. It was a suggestion based on the fact that he told us he could not wait and come back or wait 15 minutes or come back in 15 minutes where I could print them out for him as he requested. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, any questions? There aren't questions. We can go right to rebuttals.
Let's go to rebuttals.
Okay, let's go ahead and go to rebuttals then. Kind of go in the opposite order. So, Ms. Schaub, you have 3 minutes more if you want it.
I'm fine. Thank you so much. But I'm happy to answer questions. Well, I guess you don't have questions, so I'm good. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Warfield will have 3 minutes.
Are you ready, sir?
Yeah.
You may begin.
Okay. I'd like you to ask Ms. Schaub, how does she know that I came supposedly after 5? I could tell you how I know, and I'd be glad to do so. In her letter of response, she indignantly says that I was demanding to come into their personal offices and look at their personal computers and so on and so forth. This is just another example of what they did with the Library Commission email addresses, which they talked about being personal. This was just ridiculous. The law says that a person can come without appointment, and if you look at her letter, her response letter, it specifically says, the library merely requires some reasonable advance notice from Mr. Warfield when he seeks an opportunity to inspect records that have already been provided email and the next request system. That wasn't the issue. I specifically actually asked for the material not to be provided by next request. And I had in my immediate disclosure request, which I can show you, it's page 36 and 38, specifically said I was planning to come, I wanted to come to the office and see the actual material. And that was denied twice. That's it. I was there on that Friday afternoon. I only came back a second time because the first time there was evidently nothing at all, and the second time there wasn't anything offered or discussed at all either. And on the Monday, I said I didn't have time to wait 15 minutes. It wasn't a sure thing that the stuff would be printed out in 15 minutes. And I said, I'll come back another time, at which point she insisted. She said, I'm not printing anything out unless you make an appointment, just like she said in her letter, which I've responded to on page 10. And if you want the reference, I have to look through the material to find her answer letter, which says what I quoted it said. And the law is very clear. I've quoted the law in the complaint. The law says every person, it's 67.21a, every person having custodian of a public record and so on, shall at normal times and during normal and reasonable hours of operation without unreasonable delay and without requiring an appointment, permit the public record or any segregable portion of a record to be inspected and examined by any person. And that was section A, and then section L says inspection, copying, and so on shall be made available to the person requesting in any form requested, which is available or easily generated. I want to see it on paper or on.
Thank you, Peter. Your time is up.
Okay, look at A and L.
Mr. Warfield, your time's
explain what I was looking for, and the
Mr. Warfield,
disclosure
first
request.
the procedures. Your time is up. Okay. Members, any thoughts on how to proceed on this one? Member Capel?
Couple of questions to clarify. To Ms. Schaub, looking at Mr. Warfield's initial request of March 1st, 2023, particularly we would like to inspect such material both A, at your office, and B, via email to our above address. I'm not sure I can easily find in this pile the response to that, but can you either find it and point me to it or just summarize briefly how the library responded to the IDR of March 1st?
I believe I responded that that we didn't feel it was an IDR because I had to collect information from different people.
Fair enough.
So we extended the deadline. And then within that deadline, and I don't have it at my fingertips, I sent him an email with attachments of the things that he requested.
Okay.
I also always enter everything into next request because it's a really great way to make sure that you've done what, all the different
Tracking. Yeah.
Tracking. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
And then, so did I answer your question?
Well, part of it, that helps. But what I'm trying to focus on for a moment is the specifics about the flyer, poster, banner stuff that may or may not be copyable in the form that it was created, and to the extent that Mr. Warfield was particularly interested in seeing it in
that makes sense. Thank you for the clarification. Yeah. Everything that we sent to him, I was able to send to him, I think, except for one thing, over email. I think we had one poster. So what I would have is in my office, if someone gave it to me, I'd have it in my office if he wants to come and inspect it. But what I don't do, the things that I sent to him over email, I don't print out until he comes in and requests it, because he doesn't always request to inspect in my office.
Understood.
And so it wouldn't have been printed out when he dropped by the office and asked for it. It would, and I was, as I said in my letter, I was working on something. I don't remember what it was, but I was on deadline. So I just said, can you come back in 15 minutes?
Yeah, no, I understand. And there are issues of communication and timeliness and just before, just after 5 o'clock. I mean, I've been to your office prior to your tenure on a Friday afternoon just before 5 o'clock, and I get that. Part of what I'm getting at is the extent to which Mr. Warfield wanted to actually inspect the actual flyers, posters, or banners, not a copy of them, but the materials as they were created in full glory and color and whatever, physically in your office or in some, neutral zone in the library to see what, Ms. Patterson or whoever had created for dissemination to the branches for this Fandango event. Can you talk about how that did or didn't happen?
I'm trying to, gosh, I mean, this was a year ago, so I apologize for my aging memory, but
All right.
what I do remember is that I think everything except for maybe a poster we could supply to him over email. So he had it and he could look at it online. He could also come to our office and inspect it. But I would have to print it out for him to inspect. And I don't print things out until he comes and asks for them.
I understand that, but I guess
Okay,
what part of what I'm getting at, and maybe what he's getting at, I have no idea. We don't communicate. Is if there were materials that were created that had been previously created for dissemination to the branches, if it was more an issue of just gathering a set of those materials and not copying or printing, but simply saying to whoever in a different department, hey, whatever you send out to the branches, can you just collate a set of those, because Peter wants to see them and is going to come in one of these days, and I just want to have them ready in a folder when he shows up. Did something like that happen?
Yeah, I mean, everything that I got, that the responsive documents that I got were all digital, except for, like I said, I think this one poster. So I had them on my computer. I had them because I sent them to him as a response. So the only difference was that he came in at a time where I was working on something, and I said, I can do that for you in 15 minutes if you want to come back, or if you want to wait. And he said, I don't have the time, and left. Pardon me.
Okay. So that's helpful. I guess part of where I am on this, and I don't know where other members are right now, is whether there was actually, whether this was sort of like access delayed or access denied. If it was access delayed, like I'm in the middle of something, can you come back in 15 minutes? I have what you wanted, or I can get it, or I can print it, whatever. I'm just really in the middle of something right this second. That's one thing, and whatever. But the other part is no, we don't have it. No, we're not going to get it. No, you can't come into our office. No, we don't know who you are. Blah, 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 blah. It sounds like it is not the second is what you're relating, and that it's very much like the first. And, that may not be the way Mr. Warfield wanted to be treated or feels like he should be treated. But if it in fact complied with the law and got him what he was looking for, then maybe it's good enough. That's just where I am right this second.
Vice Chair Stein?
Yeah, I have a question for Ms. Schaub. I'm wondering if you want to elaborate on or tell us what you meant in your letter that's on page 73 of the packet when you say the library merely requires some reasonable advance notice from Mr. Warfield. What does that statement mean to you?
What that means to me is, I would say in my experience in this role, is when Mr. Warfield comes in and asks for something, I normally attend to it right away, unless I'm in a closed door meeting, and then, they'll let him know to come back. But I don't even think that's ever happened that I can recall. So in this instance, he came in, he asked to inspect the documents that I had sent to him. And I said, I believe what I said to him is, I'm in the middle of something. I've sent that to you. You can go look at it on any computer in the library and inspect them. But if you want to inspect them hard copy here, I need to print them out and I can't do that right now. But if you would like to wait, I can do it in 15 minutes.
Okay, so to you, it's not, you're not saying it's an appointment. You're just saying if you want something ready, I need some notice that it would be ready.
Yeah, I don't print out things for him to come. Well, at that point, I did not print out things for him to come pick up. I've since somewhat changed my practice, and if it's easy and it's not over 50 pages, I'll just put it in an envelope and leave it for him at the information desk at the main.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Schaub, I just had a question for you.
Okay.
Not super related to that portion of it, though. I'm just looking at the responses that came in the packet. And what's your working relationship with Pamela Cheeseborough?
I don't know Pamela Cheeseborough.
She's a legal secretary in the office of the city attorney.
Oh, right. So, I guess I'm confused. I'm looking on PDF page 88 at the bottom. It says 23034 space 70. And it says, Dear Task Force members, I sent to you through SF Secure Safe, San Francisco Public Library Commission's response to Peter Warfield's complaint, and then talks about a passcode. I guess I'm confused why the city attorney's office is sending us the responses and not the library. Why would the city attorney's office be working on this complaint?
I think what happened was that I was out of the office, and I can't remember, again, it's been a while, but I think I was out of the office and, consulted with the deputy city attorney on this and probably got some guidance, and then said, would you mind sending that because I'm out of the office and don't have access to my email?
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Okay. I mean, I guess to the members, ordinarily we receive and correspond directly with the respondents. I think that's kind of how the Sunshine Ordinance is written, not to have the city attorney jump in and, at least in our proceedings, act as the defense for the city departments. I mean, I realize if there's a lawsuit or something in court, that obviously the city attorney needs to defend the city, but I guess I might have some concerns to what extent the city attorney is getting involved in this in our administrative hearings on behalf of the respondent. But
just for some historical context, various departments, not all, have run their responses to task force complaints and, in fact, responses to records requests through their deputy city attorney from time to time. There was a time when deputy city attorneys attended task force meetings with or without department representatives, long ago, far away. And it wouldn't surprise me if some respondents, including the library, still ran some of their responses by the deputy, even when the department had originated the response and just asked for some legal review. Following that back and forth, then it would be submitted by usually the department, but in this case, it sounds like the government team also had it, and Ms. Schaub may have asked them to submit it on her behalf for whatever reason. It's unusual, but I don't think it contradicts anything. It's an example of the government team providing advice and being on the other side of the ethical screen than Ms. Lopez and our folks. It raised your eyebrow. I saw that.
Still does.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't dispute. I don't want to get too far off topic here. I don't dispute that the city attorney and their employees, it says notwithstanding the section, the city attorney may defend the city or city employee in litigation under this ordinance. This isn't litigation, and so I just am right. I would just have some concerns on a broader scale to the extent that now that we're getting communications and having direct communication with the city attorney's office instead of the department.
I think the letter from Ms. Schaub and the library is, I don't know this personally, but I suspect that those are still Ms. Schaub's words, and it was just a convenient conveyance that day. Okay. That's all. You could ask Ms. Schaub. had no contact otherwise.
I'll let go. Anyone else? Do we have a motion on this one?
I have just a real quick one.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
It's for the complainant, Mr. Warfield. I see when you made the original request, it was an immediate disclosure request, but in your petition for hearing, you cite 6721. Can you tell us why?
What is your question?
I'll repeat it. In your original information request, sunshine request to the library, you had made an immediate disclosure request. And in your petition requesting a hearing, you cite 6721. I'm wondering why.
Well, this is the key to this very significant issue, and that is that a person has a right to go during normal business hours and enter the premises of the agency, which is what I tried to do on Friday and was refused. I went the next opportunity and was refused. Ms. Shaw has left out what she said, and she's tilted it a little bit. She told me, first she gave me a lot of stuff about where else I could go and find stuff and go on a computer and so on and so forth, and that's not what I was asking for. I had already given her notice on March 1st with the immediate disclosure requests that I wanted to look at the material in the office.
Okay, so it's a separate issue. It's a separate issue.
She didn't say she would print it. She said she'd get to the thing, and I didn't know how long that would take, and I didn't have the time, so I just simply said,
okay, Mr. Warfield, I
back.
understand your point. So there are two issues here that you're referring to. One is you're not focusing on this, on the immediate disclosure request. You're focusing on the access issue thereafter, correct?
Exactly right. I'm not talking about.
Thank you very much. I understand. Thank you.
Okay, members, we've heard rebuttals in this, so we're actually in the deliberation / make a motion stage. So, any thoughts on how to resolve this?
Tired of making motions, so I will defer.
I think I've done the last two, so I'm going to defer to someone else.
So it's very quiet. Go for it.
I'll go out on a limb.
Go for it.
And I don't even know if I'm going to be where people are on this, but I'll make a motion to find no violation, because personally I feel like this hinges on questions of fact, and the fact is not determinable. Was it 4:30? Was it 5:05? Was an appointment just suggested or required? Were we asking for access to a personal workstation or just copies? But I guess at the end of the day, like, the one fact I know is that this petitioner was asked to wait 15 minutes, and I understand that they couldn't, but I do consider that to be a reasonable delay in that kind of access that the Sunshine Ordinance provides. So for that reason, I'm making a motion to find that there was no violation.
Okay, we have a motion to find no violation. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Member Anderson. Okay, any discussion on that motion? If not, I'll move to public comment. Not seeing any hands. Okay, so let's go ahead and move to public comment on that motion.
Great job.
Members of the public who are in the room can approach the podium if they'd like to comment on item 9. File number 23034, Library Users Association against Margot Schaub, Michael Lambert, and the San Francisco Public Library. If you're online and you'd like to make public comment on this item, press *3 or raise your hand in the app. I'll give you a moment. We have no one in the room, no callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and Cheryl, when you're ready, you can call the roll.
Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 8 in favor, 2 absent.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Warfield. Thank you, Ms. Schaub, for joining us tonight.
Thank
And we will move on to item number 10.
Mr. Guerra?
So we're going to go ahead and call item number 10, and then we'll make sure that the parties are here. So go ahead and call it first.
Item number 10, file number 22060, complaint filed by Winship Hillier against Executive Director Godfrey Greer and the Behavioral Health Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721B as in boy and California Government Code Section 6253C as in cat by failing to respond to or acknowledge receipt of a records request in a timely and or complete manner. On January 23, 2024, the Education Outreach and Training Committee found that the task force has jurisdiction. The records of public are referred the matter to the task force with the recommendation for a violation of 6721B as a boy and requested the release of the site report within 10 business days.
Okay, so let's see if we can find Mr. Hillier and Mr. Greer or anyone else from the Behavioral Health Commission and see if they're present. Or DPH in general.
And while we're doing that, if you like, I can present a summary of what we had at EOTC that this one came through.
Sure, why don't you go ahead and do that while we do that.
So this one was pretty clear cut as I remember it, in that I think the respondent even admitted that there had been site reports in the past that have been sent to the plaintiff. So it kind of ended up being pretty black and white. The fact that conducting site reports was a pretty standard procedure. It generated a form, and that form should have been sent to him. That's maybe an oversimplification, but that's about where we landed on that one. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Member Highland. And with that, do we have our parties available?
We have as panelists Ms. Marlo Simmons, Ms. Amber Gray. Caller, you've been unmuted. Mr. Goffrey or Jeffrey, I apologize if I've mispronounced your name. Are you Mr. Greer?
Yeah, that's Mr. Greer.
Hello, caller. Could you identify yourself, please, and whether you're here to speak on this item?
I'm not sure if you're speaking to me. This is Marlo Simmons with DPH, and
Hi, Marlo.
work with the Behavioral Health Commission.
Thanks, Marlo. Not you, and I'm not speaking to Ms. Gray either. I'm trying to reach Mr. Goffrey, Geoffrey. You're a caller online, and you are unmuted.
I think it's Jeffrey Greer.
Mr. Jeffrey, don't see a last name. I am moving you to a panelist.
And then is Mr. Hillier.
Yeah, do we have Mr. Hillier? Don't see him here.
Was there some discussion about him at the beginning about moving things around? I seem to remember. What was that? I see. Okay. All right. Well, that's pertinent.
So yeah, we know he got the notice because he certainly responded to it.
Okay. Okay.
Pat, you have one anonymous caller. I don't know if you already checked to see who that was.
Let's see.
Hello, anonymous caller. You've been unmuted. Is this Mr. Warfield?
I believe you're looking for Mr. Hillier.
Mr.
I am
Hillier.
looking for Mr. Hillier. I have unmuted anonymous. Caller 7.
The correct question.
Thank you,
is
Mr. Young.
Hillier, not are you Warfield? Because
Have we heard from the caller who's anonymous?
I think you're remaining anonymous.
I think it's Jeffrey Greer. Yeah,
He's
that's fine.
not-
Well, there's another anonymous caller.
Caller identified as anonymous. You are unmuted. Could you identify yourself, please?
I don't think they have to.
Okay, yeah, caller, you don't have to identify yourself, but are you Mr. Hillier? Because if you're not Mr. Hillier, we may be closing this file. Okay, I think we've tried quite a bit to find Mr. Hillier, and that's been unsuccessful. So just to keep things moving along, I will move to close this file pursuant to complaint procedure 7B for lack of attendance of the petitioner.
There's item
Second.
11 too.
I'm sorry?
It's item 11 too. It's the same person.
Yeah.
Let's do one at a time.
We do want it.
Yeah, I'll do the same thing for next one.
So second that motion.
Okay, so moved by Chair Yankee, seconded by Member Highland to close the file pursuant to complaint procedure 7B for lack of attendance of the petitioner. Any discussion among the members? See no hands. Let's open that up to public comment. There's none in the room. Are there any callers?
If you wish to make public comment, please raise your hand in the app or let us know you're available. We have no callers in the queue.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment then. And let's go ahead and take a roll call on that motion.
Chair Yankee.
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Highland.
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson.
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman.
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf.
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Schmidt.
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Vice Chair Stein.
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 8 in favor, 2 absence.
Okay, let's go ahead and keep the panelists the same because I believe the next file is going to be the same group. So Sheriff, you can officially call item number 11.
Item 11, file number 22099, complaint filed by Winship Hillier against Godfrey Greer and the Behavioral Health Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721B as in boy and California Government Code Section 6253C as in cat by failing to respond to or acknowledge receipt of a records request in a timely and or complete manner. On January 23, 2024, the Education, Outreach, and Training Committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, the records are public, and referred the matter to the task force with a recommendation to find a violation of 6721B as in boy.
Thank you, Cheryl. And let's see if Mr. Hillier's shown up in the last 3 minutes. Okay, so does someone else want to do this one or?
You promised. You said you would.
You said number 11.
I'll make a motion to close the item, to close the file because the petitioner is not here.
Okay. So we have a motion by Member Sugarman to close the file for lack of attendance by the petitioner. Do we have a second for that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Member Anderson. Any discussion on that motion?
Just one
Member Pilpel?
quick question. I really can't remember why at EOT, but are these the kind of items that we should have recommended for the consent agenda? And had we done so, we could have done this all earlier. So where there's consensus in committee, blah, 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 blah. And now I can't remember why we didn't do that and argued, I guess, that this should have a full hearing. I'm just thinking out loud, is this one where we could have saved time by putting it on the consent agenda?
Certainly the first one could have been,
Yeah.
if they've already admitted, and in fact, there was an order in there to produce within 10 days. I don't know if any of that happened because we didn't talk to anybody, but that one might have. And then the second one was a 6721B. That could have as well. Yeah, possibly.
I mean, there's nothing to preclude us from doing consent agenda for things that aren't 21
No, you can certainly use it for other things, so it does not have to be.
All right. I'm just sort of thinking it in the future.
Yep.
Okay. All right. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, any public comment on that motion? Seconded by Member Anderson, I believe, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Let's see, are there any callers in the queue to? We have no callers in the queue for public comment.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and move to a roll call vote on that.
Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 2 absents, 8 in favor.
Okay, thank you to everyone from the city who actually did show up. We do appreciate that, and I think your cases are done for tonight. And we can move on to item number 12.
Item number 12, file number 23023, complaint filed by George Rivero against the police department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6725 by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and or complete manner. On June 20th, 2023, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, the requested records are public, and referred the matter to the task force for hearing pending receipt of the original request, so that the nature of the violation can be properly identified.
Okay, and I'm having a feeling looking here at the attendees list that we're going to run into the same situation. So, but I will double check. Or do we have? It appears we have Lieutenant Beauchamp for the police department. Do we have someone here, Mr. Rivero, or a representative for him?
No one in the color team for.
I don't see anyone there except Mr.
Yeah, the
Klein.
police department's here.
We didn't hear from Mr. Rivero. Okay, so
We both worked on that packet, so we were checking each other like crazy.
motion on this one, anyone?
I don't care. I'm happy to move to close it, but I had a quick question.
Sure.
Okay. So I know we've asked this before. Do we have a procedure in place to not just notify the complainant and respondent, but in particular for the complainants to confirm that they got it and they're with the program and they're planning to attend and participate?
Well, first of all, it says so on our initial notice of hearing. It's please confirm your attendance. It's right there in bold.
And do they, or are they, or?
People do come.
Okay,
People do. I
so-
know we got one from Officer Beauchamp.
I'm less concerned.
I think the question,
I'm less concerned with respondents right now. I'm more concerned with these
I think the
petitioners
question is,
not
do
showing
we
up.
yank it off the agenda if they don't respond by a certain date? And I think the question is no. So, I mean, do you pull things off the agenda if you don't receive response by?
No, I don't. I just have your permission to do that.
Is that something that we should think about?
That might be something.
I don't
we
want to be a
to-
yanker or a Yankee. I mean,
Yeah.
But
So if you have a Yankees.
yeah, lots of Yankees. But effectively, we prepared all this stuff. We got a pile of stuff. If they can't say yes, I will be here. I want to continue to prosecute my case. Then maybe we just say, that's it. This just seems like we're going through a lot of effort for these closing cases. I don't
absolutely.
I don't see how this is helping anybody really.
No, and it's taking
Just
up other
a
people's.
picture, this might be another complaint procedure adjustment.
Yeah.
If you want to look into that.
This came up.
Could
during
look into a
perhaps
different way of scheduling, but that would
Maybe Chair Schmidt
one
and
end or the
Chair
other.
Yankee, if you can sort out some, maybe there is some verbiage that we could put in the complaint procedures that we need to get confirmation from the petitioner that they're planning to participate. Because I really feel
Just,
like it's unfair to us and it's unfair to respondents to prepare and to sit all this time for nothing.
In instead of an opt-out.
Yeah.
We could discuss possibilities, but then that would make our noticing requirement, instead of being 3 weeks out, 6 weeks out, because we need time.
Right. We would need
But
time
this
for
is
replacement.
this is something we need to have a separate meeting on to discuss complaint procedures.
Again, I don't care how, I just think we should figure this out.
That might be, I think, an agenda topic either for a committee or the task force as a whole to talk about, because there are some, as Victor pointed out, there's some logistics to it. When agendas would have to be created would be more than a month ahead of time, because what we would need is provide a deadline. If that deadline isn't met and the person doesn't respond, how many chances do we follow up? If they don't do it, then how do we select a replacement file? Enough time for the replacement file to do the same thing. So
Yeah, it was in our immediate last meeting because there's so many
Yeah.
issues we had to continue.
I mean, obviously, the ideal would be if there was time to have a replacement file, but I think even if it's just a matter of we drop it from the packet, if there's no confirmation, then at least saves us the time of reading it all again and have, because we're going through thousands of pages.
And respondents sitting for hours.
Yeah, exactly. So it may not be the idea, but yeah.
Is not to throw a lot of work at the complaint committee, but since this is a complaint kind of process and the rules committee isn't really an active
Yeah, we can look.
committee right now, is it something you can look at maybe?
We can look at it, although it would help me to know, is this really a matter of existing rules, or is it not something that you can just do between the chair and the administration? I don't know. That feels to me like it's more of an administrative issue, and I don't think I don't know the rules line by line, but I don't know if there's anything in there that says one way or another.
Well, I think that one of the questions that comes up routinely when this happens is, if someone doesn't come or doesn't respond, what happens to their file? How many times do, like let's say I tried to schedule them for April and they didn't respond. Do we put them again for May? And if they don't respond, or do I just bump them to the back of the line? I think those are some of the things where I'm happy to administratively do it. I want to make sure we get full buy-in, so we don't get a complaint, say, hey, I was out of town, I didn't get the email. Now you're making me wait 8 more months because of the backlog, where I could have gone in May, let's say, for instance. So I think we do need at least, maybe we don't need the committee to actually write the policy, but I would like to get some input. And in the middle of this agenda item is probably not the right place. So if you want, I can agendize this as maybe just a discussion item for the next meeting, and we can just kind of do that.
All I was suggesting is somebody figure this out, because clearly this is a thing. And with that understanding, I'm happy to move to close the file on this instant item.
Okay, so I will make this an agenda item for us to discuss at the minimum next time. I get your input, and then administratively I can fix it with Cheryl. I just want everyone's opinion. So that being said, we have a motion from Member Pilpel to close the file for lack of attendance. We have a second on that.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Member Anderson. Any discussion on that motion? Not seen any. Let's go to public comment, which I'm assuming there won't be any, but let's check.
There is no one in the queue.
Okay, so no public comment. We'll go ahead and close public comment and move to a roll call vote on that motion.
Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 2 absents, 8 in favor.
Okay. I think we're ready to move on to item number 13. And this is also with the police department, so it looks like we already have Lieutenant Beauchamp in the queue, so that's good. We still have Mr. Klein here, so I think we're good on this one. So you want to go ahead and call that file, Cheryl.
Read item number 13.
Item number
We're ready for it? Okay.
Yep, we're ready for it.
Okay. Item number 13, file number 23013, E is in Edward, complaint filed by Chris Ward Klein against the police department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721, 6724B as in boy, and 6725 by failing to respond to a request for public records in a timely and or complete manner. On March 21, 2023, the complaint committee found that the task force has jurisdiction, that certain public records are involved, and forwarded the matter to the task force for hearing with the recommendation that the petitioner clarify which request is at issue in relation to each agency.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. I'll turn this over to Member Schmidt since he chairs the complaint committee. Give us a quick summary on this one.
There were 5 sort of subpart case numbers here. It was a complaint against 5 different parts of the city and county agencies. Earlier today, there were 2 of the 5 that were on the consent calendar, I believe, or were they order of determination? But they were resolved. This is one of the 5, which is the part which goes against the police department, and I think the main thing I recall is I believe the request to the police, the result of that request is they basically just said, we don't have anything for you. It didn't seem like they were a major player in among the ones that are alleged to be involved here. Other members of the committee, do you recall anything of consequence on this one?
Can you summarize it pretty well?
Okay, I think we're ready to get started then.
Sorry, can we also just be clear that the order of determination that was at page 2 and 3 of this has not been approved and was for the D part of this case and not the E part?
Yeah,
that's
I know
before
that
us, so we should exclude that.
Yeah, so to our administrators, if you look at the file for this, somehow an OD for another one of Mr. Ward Klein's files got in here, but it's for the D. It's not related to this file, so I'm not sure.
And it hasn't been approved.
And it isn't even approved.
Well, it's what I meant is that it's the same same request that was sent to multiple locations.
And one of them that like we've already heard somehow made it into the file. I don't know why. So we need to remove that going forward. Anyway, let's go ahead and give Mr. Klein 5 minutes, and Sheriff can let him know when he can begin.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's turning into a late night. I just wanted to clarify, it's not Ward Klein, it's Chris Ward Klein, just for the record. Back on September 26, 2022, and that's going to be on page 16 of the file, was my request with the police department. And in that request, I specifically asked for all data, all metadata, but also electronic surveillance, that's ELSUR, microphone surveillance, MISUR, physical surveillance, FISUR, technical surveillance, which is TESUR. And that's a typical request for law enforcement agencies. That they get these every day. I spent 20 plus years in corporate security. We got requests for the same type of surveillance documentation. And it covers all kinds of surveillance. You know, if you're recording somebody audio, you're monitoring their emails, everything that you could. So if someone got a court order warrant, this would be the 4 different types of surveillance that they would put somebody on if they were investigating that person. And then also the request was for the main records and cross-reference files, meaning that my records would be the main records. But if I came across somebody that was on surveillance that I was investigating, which I have investigated, and I interviewed and arrested people that were on law enforcement surveillance, those would be the cross-reference files. So there would be files if I went to San Quentin to testify against an inmate, in which I have. San Francisco Police Department are saying that there are no records. There's no records of any kind which cannot be possible. I spent 25 years investigating, sending people to prison, testifying in court, going to prisons to testify against inmates. It's just not possible. Again, we're going to bring up that situational awareness and the Department of Homeland Security. This is a document that I included for you. Situational awareness is human mental process that can be enhanced using technology to assess, analyze, and present information to have a greater understanding of existing conditions and how they will change over time. The Homeland Security Act of 2002, over 20 years ago, defines the term situational awareness as information gathered from a variety of sources that, when communicated to emergency managers and decision makers, can form the basis for incident management decision making. That's not where they get an email in the middle of an emergency and read the email. It's live information being fed to that officer through their body cam, their radios. They're called interoperable communications. So social media, just like TikTok has been in the news, social media is defined as the online or digital medium that is provided or collected through a channel that enables the two-way sharing of information involving multiple parties. This includes social networking sites, sexting, texting, and blogs. I included a document that now hear this, and it explains clearly how technology can be used to talk to a person to guide them to better situational awareness. It's using ultrasound, which anything that has a chip in it uses ultrasound. And if they use ultrasound on your laptop, your phone, they can send communication to you that mimics the inner voice. And that's what situational awareness is. It's rhetoric. It can be used to make a meeting go longer. It can be used to allow an emergency responder to go left instead of right if there's an emergency that's coming after that. So it's typically only allowed to be used for certain specific reasons, like during hurricanes, they would send a message over Twitter to make sure that you go this route instead of this route. In addition to that, over the course of time, San Francisco has released information to me saying that they have the technology, but they're just not using the technology, which is not accurate. So I've had public request records for RGB spectrum, which is a system, situational awareness, that is used to do that specific purpose. They've given me the information that they have, the systems that they have, but they're not giving me the data that they have or that they collected on me. That's basically it. So thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you. And then do we have Lieutenant Beauchamp here online, ready to go? He's unmuted, so just confirming that he can speak. Lieutenant Beauchamp, are you there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Perfect. Okay. Shall, when you're ready with the timer, please let Lieutenant Beauchamp know when he can begin.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes, I am, ma'am.
Go right ahead.
Evening task force members, I'll try to make this brief. San Francisco Police Department does stipulate that we did not provide a timely response due to a clerical error on our part, missending a extension letter instead of our full response. The San Francisco Police Department stands by the response we provided the requester and the information we provided you from Lieutenant William Toomey in the letter dated February 22nd of 2023 that the San Francisco Police Department has no responsive records for the requester.
Okay, is that it?
Yes.
Okay, didn't want to cut you off. Okay.
No worries.
Members, any questions then for our parties?
I have two clarifying questions to Lieutenant Beauchamp. And I think it's interesting that we've got Chris as the petitioner, Chris as the respondent, and Chris as a member of the task force. Lieutenant Beauchamp, are you saying, among other things, that the police department has no specific records relating to Mr. Ward Klein?
As far as interpreting his request as being some form of surveillance on him, no, we do not have any responsive records.
Okay. No records related to surveillance of Mr. Ward Klein. Okay. And then as to the specific police reports or incident reports that were referenced, have those records been provided to Mr. Ward Klein, either in connection with this or a separate request? Does he have all of that?
It's unclear. I'd have to check my system to see if he made an actual request for those records. I know he referenced them, but I
Right.
don't believe he ever specifically said he wanted the police reports. If he
Okay,
does,
let-
I can definitely check, and if he doesn't, we can provide them to him.
Let's find that out. Mr. Ward Klein, had you requested those specific police reports? Because there was reference to a couple of case numbers in here somewhere.
The police reports that I have requested, I actually went down and got the copies myself. So the police reports, I do have copies
Okay,
of.
so you're good with those?
With the police reports, correct.
Okay. Other than the police reports, which we just talked about, other than any surveillance documents, which the police just told us they don't have related to you, is there anything else that you asked for and that you believe that they may have that you haven't been provided?
I don't want to offend the commissioners here, but if I file a police report with the police officer, they have a body camera, there would be surveillance equipment. So I don't want to repeat what has already been said. It's either yes or no. And I'm looking basically for that response. So I'm getting the response that I don't want, but I also want, because the next steps will dictate how this is going to proceed. Does that make sense?
A little bit. Is part of what you're saying that in addition to the physical police report, that you're also looking for any body camera video associated with that incident?
Correct. That would fall under electronic surveillance, microphone surveillance, physical surveillance, and technical surveillance.
Got it. Okay, so back to Lieutenant Beauchamp. Does that make sense that these days, in the context of a police report or police incident report, that there's often now body cam records that are associated? If those haven't been provided to Mr. Ward Klein in connection with whatever reference cases, is that something that you can facilitate him getting access to?
Yes, I can look into that. I believe one of the reports he made was online, so that report would not have any body cam associated with it. But if any of the in-person reports had body cam associated with it, we can look to produce it.
Okay. I mean, it sounds like at least one of them you did have some interaction with an actual officer. Yeah.
Yes, more than one of them.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. So I don't know that that's something we need to sort out right now, but is that something that the two of you can figure out?
I would be more than willing to work with the police department and getting the documents and extending the time that I would waive the timeliness or whatever.
Okay. And it's not just documents. It sounds like it's actual video surveillance, which they might redact some of, but at least provide the.
That would be the best.
They might have something that's responsive.
That would be the best solution.
Okay. That's what I had.
With that said, would it make sense, to the petitioner, instead of us making some order at this point, would you rather work with the police department and then you can let our administrator know if you have what you need? Or and if you don't, we can pick this up? I mean, I'm just trying to think if we should continue this rather than try to resolve it if there's still, looks like there's productive communication going on. And
I think that's a really good option. Would that be beneficial for this committee? And how would you close it if I would just relay the information to this person? Then is there a process to close it?
right. So what we could do is we could move to continue it for a certain amount of.
To the call of the chair.
To call the chair, right? So we can continue to call the chair. You can then let Ms. Leger know either A, that you've received what you need and she can go ahead and close the file on your behalf. So that just takes you letting her know. Or you can tell her, you know, I've tried working with the police department. Don't get what I think that they need to give to me. Can you please send it back to the committee or the task force rather to hear again? And then we can schedule it on a future agenda.
Or you got most of it, but you still have some dispute on
whatever. So essentially would leave it to you. If you can either close it after you work with the police department, or we can start the hearing, you know, where we left off.
I think this is a positive direction. I would like to work with the police department And then we'll get with Cheryl as we make progress, and I think we will. I think this is the positive step, so I think it's in the best interest of everyone to do it this way.
Okay, so based on that, if there's no objection, I will make a motion to continue this item to the call of the chair.
Second.
Okay, so seconded by Member Anderson. Any comments from the members on that motion?
Just to try to close the loop. So to Lieutenant Beauchamp, is that clear enough?
Oh, yes, we'll research any reports involving Mr. Klein, and we will provide any body cam associated with it.
Great. And if you could email him, email is good?
Email is good.
Okay. If you can email Mr. Ward Klein and a copy of the task force via Cheryl, please don't send us any responsive records or links to video or incident reports. I don't think we need to, but if you can just keep us up to date on the status, like you've talked to Mr. Ward Klein, you're checking into it, you checked into it, here's what you got, right? Just sort of status updates. That would be totally helpful.
And Lieutenant Beauchamp, you have his email address, correct?
I believe so, and if I don't, I think it is in the packet. It is, one second, let me just confirm. ckblueaqua@gmail.com.
Correct.
Okay, so if you could reach out to him, we can get that communication started and a productive resolution. I think that'd be great.
Thank you, both of you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and open that motion up to continue the call of the chair up to public comment if there is anyone. No callers. Okay.
There are no callers in the queue.
So we'll go ahead and close public comment and take a vote on that motion.
Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Vice Chair Stein?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. 2 absent, 8 in favor.
Okay, thank you to both parties for joining us this evening. And I think we're ready to move on to item number 14.
Item number 14, hearing update on the 2023 annual report. Task force members may view all documents and comments on narrative documents online. Members of the public may view all documents and send any comments to Laura Stein's email. Full draft report at a Google Docs link. Complaint resolution data for 2023, also a Google Doc link. Was that Laura? Is that it? Survey data for 2023, also a Google Doc link.
Okay. So I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Stein.
Yeah, I don't have too much to say. I will say that that agenda item was supposed to read approval of the annual report rather than update. So ideally, people would have read it and be ready to accept it or not accept it or accept it with changes. Basically everything is there, minus there was a piece that Member LaHood was maybe going to do, but I didn't get it from her on our compliance statistics. But everything else that we said we would do is pretty much there. This would also include, I should add, that we need to decide which of, if any, of the policy suggestions we want to include.
So I think we have.
Them all in here, but that's pending approval of.
Are you getting the attachment link to work? I can't find. I mean, the Google link works,
Yeah,
but
it works for me, and I see a bunch of people on it now.
no. I mean to a PDF.
Oh, there is no PDF. It's a Google Doc.
DocX.
It's linked
Okay.
to the Google Doc.
Okay, so we don't have a
No, I mean I'd asked too that there be a hard copy.
right.
put
We were
in
getting
the-
those
but
those
but it
requests.
wasn't. Yeah.
So Cheryl, we were asking on an ongoing basis for any of the Google Docs to also have a PDF point in time version, members of the public have expressed they don't either can't access or don't want to access for whatever reason, don't want to utilize the Google Docs version and to have a PDF version available. So I'm concerned that there's an attachments link here that's not working and not attached.
That attachments link goes to the Google Doc, or it went to the Google Doc when I clicked on it.
Right. There are links, but there's no packet.
Right. There should be a packet to go with it.
It's not, it is what it is.
Chair Yankee, I just want to say, Vice Chair Stein, fantastic work. It looks really good. I mean, this is, I think, compelling. If I was a city department, I would read it. I love the executive summary. The only comment I had was stylistically, and maybe we'll determine what we're going to recommend, but maybe at the bottom of the executive summary, SOTF recommends, and then put those 4 points as bullets rather than repeating SOTF recommends. SOTF recommends. SOTF recommends. That will kind of provide a nice punchy kind of finish with some action, items at the bottom. There's the executive summary. It's very eye-opening. It's very interesting. I think that one page is brilliant. And I'll say it before Member Pilpel does. Most people are only going to read that. So I think that's great. But once we agree upon what SOTF does recommend, it'd be nice to have that sort of be the punchline at the bottom. Maybe
So we're not bearing the lead.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the thought I had. Thank you.
Stack.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, I agree with Member Highland on that. Just I was looking at the conclusion and I was looking for what are the action items here. And so I agree on that. Also, you mentioned there would be a list of policy recommendations, and I'm not sure where those are or if it's a separate document.
What it is under the heading Practical and Policy Problems Raised in 2023. And then those are also what I excerpted as what we would be recommending pending acceptance of the full task force.
Okay.
So those were basically issues that came up. A lot of them we've discussed here in our meetings. I wrote a couple of them. Member Schmidt wrote a couple of them. And if they're accepted, then that's what I'm saying is, the policy issues that we're addressing. Otherwise, I didn't really pull policy issues out of or put specific recommendations based on the data that we compiled about like complaint processing or what the city, how they responded to requests, other than to raise some questions around that in the conclusion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike, because the thrust, the way I read annual reports is the thrust is to, make specific statements about what's not working. And I can get it in the narrative, reading through all the narrative. But I think, again, just to reiterate, I think making it a concise bullet point list in the executive summary might be helpful.
In fact, I think, Vice Chair Chan, you do cover it in the very last bullet. SOTF should also adjust its own procedures to conform to the ordinance's use of shall and may directives. And that we passed one tonight. That could be one bullet, right? We changed the complaint process. We could add another one if we agreed to it. And we could finish with 2 things that we're going to do, not just what everyone else should do, right? And I think that'd be a good sort of, way to punch out that executive summary. Just my thoughts.
I have a couple of other points to make. In the IDR section, in the middle of the first paragraph, it says, however, the ordinance also states that the maximum 10-day deadline is, quote, appropriate for more extensive or demanding requests, but shall not be used for delay fulfilling a simple, routine, or readily answerable request. And then the next paragraph, in the last sentence, it says that it would seem to ensure that city bodies cannot respond to them in one day, thus making them ripe for sunshine complaints. But the whole section revolves around the 1 day issue. and a little concerned that that the respondents are not necessarily understanding how to operationalize 6725. I mean, they don't have, if they have the document, they can provide it by the end of the next business day. But if they don't, because it's voluminous or they got to go somewhere else to find it or somebody else, then they can invoke the 10 days. And then on top of that, if they still have more documents to come, they can do it on a rolling basis. So the push for them to get it done within 1 day is kind of it's like a misconstruing how that is. And I'm concerned by not stating that a little bit more, that it kind of misses the point.
Member Highland here. Maybe it should be better understanding IDRs by the city departments. Maybe that's it. Because I agree, Member Wolf, in the last 2 to 3 years, a couple of departments have kind of caught on that they can sort of drag this out and invoke extensions on their own accord, whether justified or not, come full hearing, right? And many times they say, no, you shouldn't have done that, you should have done this, or you should at least responded or something. But I agree. I think ignoring and not following IDRs has become quite a thing now.
Well, also this whole concept of them converting it into a 6721.
Right.
I mean, that it just flies in the face of the IDR itself and its purpose. And they read that exactly what Vice Chair Stein put in there, that last part around, 10-day deadline is appropriate for more extensive, but shall not be used to delay. And a simple or routine, readily answerable request. That doesn't mean they get to convert it. It just means that they can't use the 10-day deadline.
Yeah.
Delay.
I have to look at this again, I guess, carefully in terms of what you're saying. But what I was trying to convey here was that there seems to be disagreement about what IDRs are, what constitutes an IDR. The Good Government Guide basically tells departments they can essentially convert it, or they can say this is this is a regular request, not an IDR request. And I feel like we do get complaints where, someone makes an IDR request, the department says, no, this isn't an IDR, and they give the response within 10 days, but then it still comes to us as a complaint from a petitioner that they violated their IDR because they didn't give the response in 1 day. So this is the kind of thing I'm trying to address here, is like, where are the gray areas in the immediate disclosure request and what's creating problems with that? Because we do get an inordinate number of IDRs. If you just kind of look overall at the complaints that we heard, a lot of them every year are IDRs, and a lot of it stems around whether this was, whether 10 days was okay, whether it was appropriate for the respondents to take that long, if they didn't think it was a simple request. I mean, that's what I'm trying to kind of address here, but maybe I don't do it carefully enough.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, so on this section, the paragraph that ends with that somebody has highlighted right now, city bodies cannot respond to them in 1 day. Maybe if we soften that a little bit to say city bodies cannot, it's not even city bodies, city entities or actors cannot always respond to them in 1 day, blah, blah, blah. And maybe at the end of this long discourse about the problem, the solution is in 2024, the task force will endeavor to clarify the understanding of IDRs and ways to address this issue. So that what we're saying essentially is in 2023, we identified this thing for each of these things as a problem. And in 2024, either we're going to do something about it, city departments should do something about it, or we recommend that the Board of Supervisors or Gavin Newsom. We have a proposed solution to each of these problems. It's not just we know this is a problem, but nobody's dealing with it.
Or the sunshine training that everyone goes through, which we don't administer.
Correct. Yeah.
I don't think really gets into this. I mean, we need a little
Well,
IDR
I
training.
do suggest some solutions.
Yeah. No.
But this is really meant to be, I just have to say, a review of 2023, right? What happened there. I don't really want to start projecting into this report what we're going to do in the future, because it just seems very speculative. But it seemed like thinking of the audience as somewhat outside of ourselves made me think about, led me to the suggestions that I made, which are that I think it really actually probably needs to be clarified in the ordinance at some point, if there ever is any amendments to the ordinance. But also the other issue that I thought was really important here was being able to specify, but this maybe has to be a different thing in the ordinance too, allowing there to be specific addresses for various agencies to receive an IDR, which is not what we want, in the rest of the ordinance, but it just seems like there are so many IDRs that are missed because nobody checks their email and then there's a complaint. But this is really just 2023, so I don't really want to project this is how we're going to respond or what we're going to do, because I don't know what we're going to do.
I was just suggesting that it might help the audience if part of the audience is the board and city departments. If we're saying, again, that we've identified these specific things, here's what we're willing to do is at least put it on our radar as something that we're going to get into to some degree, but we're also expecting that they're going to do some amount of effort. And so it would help if the board would contribute what they can do legislatively, blah, 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 so that we're all in it together, and not that we're devising the specific solution, but at least that we're committed to working on these things with our limited resources. I just think that in terms of tone, that helps move. But
yeah, I think it's eye-popping that 30% of our complaints are IDRs. I mean, that's what jumps out at me, and that's great, Laura, that you caught that.
Yeah, I mean, I can try to put something in like that. I understand what it is that you're saying, and I can soften it too by saying cannot always respond to them in a day. Or if anybody else wants to put language in, I mean, this is an editable document. So if you have like something like a sentence or two that you think would be good, feel free to put that in, and or I can also try to do it. I do understand what you're saying.
I'm just a bit busy, and I'm trying to not commit to more things.
One more point, but it's a problem area that we've been experiencing for many years with the Good Government Guide, is that there are conflicts with our interpretation of the ordinance and the and they're supposed to consult with us, on the implementation of the Sunshine Ordinance, and they don't. And this refers to the city attorney. And I can't find it, but it's actually in the ordinance somewhere. It's in the 6730.
In the 33, I think, the training requirement.
Yeah.
Speaking of the training,
33,
I think. Somebody can find that.
Okay, I mean, that to me is a great suggestion and a great point that I'd like to add to this section.
Yeah, annual training shall be provided by the city attorney's office with the assistance of the Sunshine Task Force. And that never happens.
It's been a long time since they came to visit on that topic. Yes.
Yeah,
they used to.
As far as the training goes, I mean, this caught my attention as I was doing the online training, since we all had to do it. I actually screenshotted it regarding IDRs. There was a question. I don't know if anyone else did, but I'm going to read it real quickly because it seems to suggest a lot of time for IDRs. Like the button says, that is correct, right? Actually, I answered it kind of wrong or whatever it was, but it says Jessica has 10 days to respond, plus she may invoke a 14-day extension. Immediate disclosure request must be a simpler routine request. Just because the requester calls it an IDR doesn't mean it is. Martha's request, which seeks all documents regarding city parks, is very broad, and as such, Jessica may treat the request as a non-IDR request. Because the request seeks a voluminous amount of documents, Jessica may invoke a 14-day extension. However, even though the request isn't a proper IDR, Jessica should still inform the requester on the next business day that the department isn't treating the request as an IDR, explain the reason for doing so, and inform the requester the department will respond in 10 days or 24 days if the Jessica decides to invoke the additional 14-day extension.
I mean, I
So-
think this is one of the reasons why I focused on,
Right.
like, this
Yeah.
needs to be clarified
Right.
in the
That's-
law because there is a disagreement
Right.
seemingly between the city and the task force.
Exactly, because I think that kind of is using language like not a real IDR and all that we sometimes don't like when people use here, but that's the training that's going out. So, and it's talking about 14-day extensions on top of it. And I know we've struggled with that before, is how do you, is the 10 days, 10 days, or is it 10 days plus the 14 days? And so I think, trying to get us on board with the training that's offered would be great, and have it just us have the ability to comment on it.
Yeah, I like that.
That's just my support for that.
Yeah, and not just getting us that we need to partner with.
Well,
them.
right,
It's
right,
not-
right, yeah. The first time we see the training material shouldn't be when we're actually taking the training.
Right. And it's really, and it really shouldn't just be either our training or their training. It should be joint development, and they can say the task force believes blah, the city attorney believes blah. They can present both of those, whatever. There are different ways to spin it, but to not, okay, enough on
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
On exactly what you were saying with regards with the injection of the 14-day period, if you look at 6721 K, it's a very short sentence. Release of documentary public information. I don't know what the word documentary means, but it says whether for inspection of the original or providing a copy shall be governed by the California Public Records Act, in particulars not addressed by this ordinance and in accordance with the enhanced disclosure requirements provided in this ordinance. And so that's where, the 14-day disappears and the 10 days remains. Because under CPRA, they have 10 days to produce, and then they can invoke an additional 14-day extension. Our enhancement on disclosure requirements to provide, more, speedier or expedited, whatever, that enhancement removes that 14-day extra. So if there's any question about that with regards to the good government guide or the training, 6721K.
Thank you, Member Wolf.
That's an interpretation. There may be others.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
Comments on the annual report generally? If I might?
Yeah, we'll get back to that.
I agree with Member Highland and very supportive of Member Stein's work on this. If the group feels like it is ready to go with whatever tweaks we're discussing, I'm happy to move or support a motion to authorize finalizing the report, authorizing and direct chair to create a one sentence cover letter that says here it is, have a nice day, and to disseminate it. My hope is that
Let's ask the DCA, because the title and action for this was not what Vice Chair Stein provided to Ms. Leger.
Got it.
Instead of saying approval of the report, which is what Vice Chair Stein submitted, it says update. And I'm not sure that we can take action to
All right, fair enough.
approve it if it just says an update on it. So if you
what's
could
the
read
thinking?
that and let us know if we can take action.
Discussion and action, though. It does say that.
It does say
Mr.
that.
Chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I would venture to say that under Robert's rules, anything that's on the agenda is available for action. And it does say discussion and action.
And we did say last month that it's a fair question, and we'll wait.
But there's also parts of the Sunshine Ordinance say there's supposed to be the proposed action, and that's
Understood, and it's probably not the end of the world if we continue for a month. So either way.
I'd rather hear it.
Regardless of the answer on that, I think we're getting closer to a final report. If it does have to come back one more time, I hope we would PDF it so that we've got like draft final report, and it really is just a, final pass.
Also,
and the comments on the exec summary and whatever else. I also suggested to Vice Chair Stein earlier when we had a break I think it would be nice to have just a short section on the membership of the task force, all of which is on the website now, but just to recap the members, because I didn't see anything in here on the current members sitting. And I think just for historical purposes, it's useful to have just that.
And one small point, technically, this is everyone's last meeting tonight. So
yeah. Well, no, we continue to serve as holdover.
I know, but technically.
I mean, right, the board could act.
Yeah,
that's
Between
true.
now and the 27th of April.
So
Right.
it would behoove us to get this.
Right. So there's that. I mean, let me also say, if I haven't already done so, or I'm probably repeating myself.
You have.
Yet.
You have.
I have.
You have.
that what we really wanted to do with the timing on this was to have it adopted, so when the board is considering reappointments, they would see the annual report. It's a beautiful dream.
Echo.
Someday.
Echo that sentiment.
Echo.
This is Valerie Lopez, Deputy City Attorney. I want to answer the task force question, but I have one clarifying question before I opine. Was the intent of the task force to put this on the agenda to bring it to a vote, or was the intent to discuss it and provide any possible revisions and updates?
The intent was to bring it to a vote for final approval of the report.
Okay.
That was the language that Vice Chair Sines submitted, but
Yeah. And
I don't know why.
I submitted it three times.
still didn't make its way on the agenda.
So I think the word update is not the best, because I think that kind of invites possible discussion, but I agree it is listed here as discussion and action item, and arguably the action item is to put it to a vote. So I definitely think that the task force should move forward in voting on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for confirming.
All right. I'll make a motion to approve and disseminate the annual report pending edits discussed this evening.
Okay, moved by member Highland, seconded, I believe was that you, member Wolf?
Yes.
Second, okay. Seconded by member Wolf. And
So
go ahead.
So we discussed some edits tonight. Are we further empowering Member Stein and Vice Chair Stein and Chair Yankee to make any final tightening edits?
Yeah, I think we took a prior vote
Yeah.
to empower Vice Chair Stein as the lead. So I don't even need to look at it. I think once Vice Chair Stein makes those edits, I think she can do what she needs to do to get it out there and finalize.
Yeah. I think it's appropriate for you to have a cover letter that just says, here's the report. So
I don't think so.
No?
I think it's
Well, I mean,
Find a way to-
when we're sending it to the board, what do we do? Just email it to them and say, here it is?
That's what we did last
That's
year.
what we did last time.
Okay, all right.
I know for a fact that not everyone read it.
I believe that is likely true.
Can send the executive summary as the cover letter.
Yeah, there you go.
You could ask for.
Also, as part of the dissemination plan, should we also send it to the city departments, whether they responded or not, so that they see it, and we should put it on our website?
I believe that last year we sent it to all the city departments. We put it on our website. We sent it to some of the press. We sent it to the Board of Supervisors. I mean, we had a whole long list, which we'll use again.
Yeah.
And
Okay, all right.
we even sent it, I think we even put it out on some freedom of information listservs and things like that for people who might be interested. So we had pretty broad.
And that gets sent from the SOTF address.
Probably was sent from my address.
I think it'd be ideal if we could,
Send
just
it
so
from-
that people see it's really coming from a city email address.
Yeah.
Which sits back to those issues before, but I think we had cooperation with the survey, so hopefully maybe we could do that. Just to give it a
Yeah, I mean,
air of
definitely.
officialness. Right.
You would use your email address with SOTF.
Right, last year, because the city really wasn't involved. But this year, all the surveys went out through the city and they have the whole list, of contacts at the different agencies. So I would think it would be pretty easy just to send it out.
I think it'd be ideal.
I
To
could-
remember Pilpel's point, just
Yeah.
so,
Yeah, no, I totally
official.
understand. Yeah, yeah.
would that work for you?
Yeah, I think so. And maybe if I don't think we need a specific agenda item on this next time, but maybe if we have a section in the administrator's report saying that went out on X date, to, this number of media people, the Board of Soups, the mayor, department heads, that would be good. Just so that we can see, that there were a total of 170 recipients. It would be nice to know when it went and to the audience that it went. I don't need the specific email addresses, but like that it went to 170 different email addresses. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, my one question would be for our administrators, like, can you just, like, if we have a list that includes media or whoever else, like, can you send it from your thing, or do you need approval for that from higher ups?
Yes, we'd get approval.
Okay. Do you think that would take a long time to get? Okay.
Yeah,
But you probably want the list, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, if for some reason they won't, then I guess we
Yeah.
just use your
Yeah.
email address.
Or that the city ones go there and the external ones go, whatever, however you figure it out. But the point is that there's a plan to get it out there.
Yeah, there is a plan, and we did follow up. We even tried to do a little press release, but I don't think anyone ended up taking it up. But sometimes these things take time, like multiple attempts. So
Drop it off across the street and see if X wants to post it. Never mind.
yeah,
Bring over a kitchen sink.
but I do know, like, I got feedback from some people at different agencies that they looked at it, they read it,
Yeah.
or read parts of it. So
I think the records custodians are really interested, and the point, I think the big point is that we are, as a task force, we are not in the same place that we were a year ago. Most things are better, not everything, but most things are better, and this is a distillation of that, and that we are working more collaboratively with staff, with petitioners, with respondents on this, that, nobody's asleep at the wheel here, and this really demonstrates it. So that's good.
So that's the year that's about when you showed up, right?
Entirely coincidental. Member Neighbors created the opportunity, and I just, Member Hill was here for that entire time too. So, there's that.
Definitely got a lot warmer in this room. All the hot air rising.
Yeah. I apologize for that. And it got more purple. I mean,
Okay,
there's
so we have a motion on the floor.
Yep.
Public comment? Any?
No one.
No one in the queue.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment and let's take a vote on that.
Thank you again, Vice Chair Stein.
Thank you. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Kumar, absent. Member Anderson?
Aye.
Member Anderson, aye. Member Pilpel?
Aye.
Member Pilpel, aye. Member Sugarman?
Aye.
Member Sugarman, aye. Member Schmidt?
Aye.
Member Schmidt, aye. Member LaHood, absent. Vice Chair Stein?
aye.
Vice Chair Stein, aye. Chair Yankee?
Aye.
Chair Yankee, aye. 8 in favor, 2 absences.
Okay, let's move on to item number 15.
I've got some items.
Item number 15, announcements, comments, questions, and future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Okay, go ahead, Member Wolf.
Yeah, just a couple of comments and a couple of future agenda items. One is I recently received a note from Digital Services that they are migrating the entire city website from the content management system, or CMS, platform, from Drupal to something called Wagtail, affectionately penned Carl the CMS, and that's Carl with a K. So I think we need to get an update from the clerk's office on what's happening with the website, because we've been waiting with bated breath, not just for that, but also some form of online searchable database for our ODs. And it's been a long, long time. So that's the first thing. Second is would highly suggest moving towards urging that we have separate meeting for substantive, procedural or administrative issues. I mean, we do need to get into the weeds in some of this, and there seems to be some clear differences in interpretation of various essential and crucial parts of the ordinance. And I think we get into these discussions, either they are agendized before we get to complaints hearings, and we end up going down a big rabbit hole. I think we need to have a separate meeting to give it its just due. Next is there's been some. It came up tonight that Mr. Hillier didn't show, but he's asserted in the past that petitioners are not required to attend, despite our complaint procedure. In our complaints procedure, though, in C7D, it states after an initial in-person appearance, the complainant may authorize the task force to proceed with the hearing in absentia without the complainant present at the hearing. I don't know if Mr. Hillier did provide some notice of that or not. I know he's mentioned it several times. So just to be aware that that might, I don't know, maybe it needs to be on a form or something like that. So so we know. I have a feeling he's going to come back and cite that. The last one is just based upon the action we took earlier tonight about complaint procedures. I think we need, again, a kind of a separate meeting to talk about two items. One is when the committee forwards the proposed determination forward, let's say for consent calendar item, that there has to be some report with findings and facts, because otherwise it leaves the non-attending members of that committee that heard the item having to fend for themselves by either listening to the audio of the whole thing, because the minutes aren't necessarily verbatim or captures maybe certain details. So I think there needs to be some discussion about that. And second was the other item, and I think it may come up, but that the hard part is this is about, if a committee is unable to hear scheduled complaint within 45 days. I think it demands a little more concerted discussion, because waiting until it happens to just figure it out is not a good strategy. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Member Popel.
I don't want to respond to all of Member Wolf's points, which are interesting and making me think a bit. But a couple of those, since Member Hill resigned, he had been our latest point person on the website. I don't know if Member Wolf wants to volunteer to work with the clerk's office to figure out the status of the digital services transition. And then the last point on the committee recommendations, and I am now thinking about the revision that we approved earlier with Chair Schmidt. So I get the 67.21B priority and prioritization. I think what Member Wolf is suggesting, or an approach, is where we've got the one page with the complaint summary that just sort of says filed by so-and-so against Department of blah, 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 67.21B, failure to whatever, Perhaps the second iteration of that, when it gets to the full task force, could have a paragraph or two authored by the committee chair saying the committee heard the matter and recommends blah, blah, blah. The committee was persuaded that either the department did a fine or a good enough job and there's no violation, or the department did an insufficient job and that there's a recommended violation of blah, 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 to tell a little more of the story. And maybe that's an approach to what Member Wolf is highlighting as a way to beef up that page without adding 40 more pages to the packet, to just add a paragraph or two that's essentially the kind of verbal summary that we've been doing at full task force meetings, so that members are more in the picture without having to listen to the whole meeting prior to coming to a full task force meeting. I don't know, just thinking.
And if it's that clear cut, it could go on the consent calendar.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that case, Hillier's first case.
Yeah.
Could have been consent. And I wanted to ask them, because we asked, we didn't compel them, but we asked them within 10 days to send that report. Said they would. I don't know if that ever happened. I'd like to have heard from them. And, I was thinking maybe, but then you would hope that the complainant would then close that case and not have it come to full task force because they got what they wanted. The other side of that coin is, certain members of the public and quite rightly want to record the violation, right, against the department, kind of stack it up for the record. And I understand that too. So it's a balancing act. And I think up till now, in the 12 years I've been doing this, we've always recorded the violation. We've always gone the full mile, the 2.5 hearings, and nailed it to the tree, so to speak. That's what we've done. So that's kind of a interesting thought, and more in the spirit of the law rather than the letter. I do like that.
I mean, I am happy to have more summaries that we write up for a paragraph or two, and have more confirming emails from departments saying, this is what we heard you ask for. This is what we did in the last 5 days or 2 weeks. We provided and then we can evaluate whether that's good enough or not. I mean, that kind of distillation rather than 400 pages of stuff is a lot more helpful from my perspective. I don't always need to see all the underlying stuff going back 200 years. Due respect to history, but
Yeah, I was going to say, I do like that idea that if we're asking for compliance, that we should also be always asking for a copy of whatever they sent for compliance. So we would have that.
Yeah. The underlying record, or just a summary of what they did?
Underlying record and whatever they sent out to the complainant, at least. That would be the least work for them, I guess.
Yeah.
So at the very least, I would like to have a copy of that.
It would complete the file.
Yeah.
Because then we would know, was there anything responsive that happened here or not? To some degree. We won't, we don't have their narrative, but I'm sure they're going to see that too as an extra burden. So at a minimum, I would at least want what they've sent.
I mean, if the ultimate point is to get the guy the stuff, if the end of the story is the guy got the stuff, then they should be okay with it. And if they're not, then they'll find some way to let us know that they're not okay with it. But
yeah, it's just, rather than us parading out, department heads and embarrassing them with violations, let's work towards
getting the guy the stuff.
And the department saying, okay, we sent the stuff and we're doing this in our training. We've changed this policy, and we now have a dedicated email address for these, whatever it is.
We buffed up the template. We're checking the email 3 times a day, whatever it is. Yeah. Yeah.
I have one announcement.
Go ahead, Member Wolf.
The Society of Professional Journalists Northern California chapter is having their James Madison Award dinner on April 18th. Tickets close on April 15th. I am wondering if folks are interested, maybe we could all pool together for a table and have a sunshine table there. It's actually a nice dinner, a nice time. And I announced that here to make sure that it's public and that we follow the Brown Act appropriately. So you can find the sign up for that on their website at spjnorcal.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Wolf. Anything else for this item? Anyone else? Double checking that there's no one online for public comment.
There's no one in the queue.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and close public comment on that and move to item 16. Okay.
16, adjournment.
Okay, I think I heard Member Anderson move to adjourn, seconded by Vice Chair Stein. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Not hearing any objections, we'll go ahead and adjourn at.
No.
Is that a real objection?
Yes.
Okay.
Outvoted, Member Wolf.
I know. That's the idea. Have a good night, folks. Good
We're
to see
adjourned
you
at
all.
9:29.
Sorry, you can't see me.
We could see you. Well, I can from this side of the table.